Chapter 18, The Flight of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. The summer of 1923 was a pleasant one for Bunny. To be one of the editors of a little paper, and to be able to say what you thought, and print it week by week and distribute it, with no Dean Squeers to take it away from you, and no police or patriots to raid your office, to mail it to everyone you knew and flatter yourself with the idea that they were reading it and being cured of their prejudices. Bunny had put all his former classmates on the mailing list of the young student, and in the fall the Ipsels were going to sell it on the college campuses, and maybe trouble would begin then, and they would get some advertising free. Dad was slowly picking up. He read the little paper every week, a sort of loving censorship, but it wasn't needed because Rachel, Orthodox Socialist Party member, was wasting no space on the left-wingers. When these extremists got hold of Bunny and cajoled him into thinking that both sides ought to have a hearing, Rachel would say, what was the matter with their getting out a paper of their own? So here was Bunny being bossed as usual, and by a woman. It was almost as bad as being married. Another source of relief, V was not quarreling with him so much. She had been so shocked by his mad proposal to go off and get himself killed in heavy industry that she was glad to compromise and take half his time and let Rachel and the young student have the other half. V was working hard on her new picture, The Golden Couch, telling about an American darling of luxury who fell into the toils of a fake prince from some Balkan country. To play the part, they had got a real Romanian prince who had most charming manners and was willing to devote himself to V at all times when Bunny was busy with his socialist Jewess. Also, they were getting agreeable letters from Bertie, who had been transported to heaven. Such a brilliant world with such important things going on. She had lunched with the Prince de this and dined with the Duchess de that. Why wouldn't Dad come over and visit them? Bunny might make a really brilliant marriage. Dad chuckled. The idea of him going to Paris and trying to parlez-vous français. The blackmailers were busy, of course, but since his illness, Dad had left all that trouble to Vern. Congress was on vacation, which meant a partial respite. The senatorial Reds might denounce the oil leases in their home states, but the papers no longer had to print what they said. A curious superstition that when things were said in Congress, even the most respectable newspapers found it necessary to mention them. Such things brought politics into disrepute with businessmen. The drilling of the Sunnyside tract was underway. A dozen wells were flowing and justifying all that had been expected of them. Sometimes Dad was driven to the office, but most of the time the bright young executives would come out to his home and sit in the den and get their orders. Such clean-cut, efficient young men, with all their faculties concentrated upon getting oil out of the ground. No visions tormenting them, no strains of music haunting them, no hesitations, no uncertainties, never a doubt that to get oil out of the ground was the purpose of man's life. So they kept their wits about them and mastered their departments and increased their prestige and their salaries, and when any one of them had taken his departure, there was an unuttered sadness between Dad and his son. Why couldn't Bunny have been like young Simmons or young Hyman or young Bowling? Part 2. The doctor had said that Dad must not think about business more than 2 hours a day, so Bunny would tempt him with a stroll, a very slow one, and perhaps they would hear a sermon of Eli's as they walked along the street, and that never failed to divert Dad's mind and set him to chuckling. He took a kind of malicious delight in watching the glory sweep of the third revelation. By proving that the masses were boobs, you made it all right to take their naval reserves. Dad subscribed to a little paper issued by one of the rival religious showmen of the town, full of denunciations of Eli and exposures of his trickery. The regular churches were jealous of this new revelation, which had burst so rudely upon them. Eli was an upstart and a mountebank, and Tom Poober, the clerical rival, declared that he faked a lot of his alleged cures. He hired people to stand up and tell how their crippled limbs had healed and their cancers had disappeared. Also, Eli's followers had not been willing to give up their customs of rolling and talking in tongues, and Eli had had to build for them a number of soundproof rooms in the tabernacle where these rites were carried on. Tarrying rooms, they were called, because you went there to tarry with Jesus, and when things got going, you would see 100 men and women rolling on the floor, pawing one another, tearing off their clothing. You could see a woman jerking her head back or leaping several feet at a time here and there, exactly like a chicken with its head cut off. The orgies would end with a mass of human creatures piled into a heap, wriggling and writhing amid a smell of sweat that would make you ill. The Reverend Poober would print such things, and send newsboys to sell the paper in front of the tabernacle. The newsboys would be fallen upon and beaten, and the police would fail to arrest the assailants, or, having arrested them, would turn them loose. Were the politicians of Angel City afraid of the power of this stuffed prophet? Tom Poober would ask in large capital letters, and Dad would chuckle, in the mood of that Western pioneer who came home and found his wife in a hand-to-hand conflict with a bear, and rested his gun upon the fence and took a seat and called, "Go it, woman! Go it, bear!" There was another charge. The prophet was said to be fond of the company of handsome young women. That was a cruel thing to hint, because Eli was strenuous in denouncing fornications and adulteries, as much so as any Hebrew prophet of the first revelation. Dad chuckled and speculated, until it happened one day that he and Bunny took a long drive and stopped at an unfrequented beach, looking for a place for Bunny to get a swim. There was a cheap hotel on the waterfront, and coming out of the door, whom shall they run into but Eli Watkins, with an indubitably handsome young woman. The young woman walked quickly on, and Eli exchanged greetings with Dad and Bunny, and then excused himself. Dad stood for a minute looking after the couple and saying, "By golly." Then he turned and went into the hotel, and to the man at the desk remarked, in a casual tone, "I met that gentleman, but his name has slipped my memory, the one that just went out." "That's Mr. T.C. Brown of Santa Ynez." "Is he staying here?" "He just checked out." Dad began to glance over the hotel register, and there he read as big as life, "T.C. Brown and wife, Santa Ynez," and in the crude, scrawling handwriting of Eli Watkins, which Dad had at home upon several business letters. It was all Dad could do to keep from bursting out laughing. By golly, If he were to tip off Tom Poober to the contents of that hotel register, he would knock the third revelation as high as a kite. Part 3. President Harding died, and Dan Irving wrote Bunny the gossip from Washington. The old gentleman had been reluctant to take the oil men's money, so Barney Brockway and his fixer had fixed things for him. They had carried an account in a Wall Street brokerage, a method whereby businessmen make life comfortable for statesmen. Every now and then they would bring the old gentleman a bundle of Liberty bonds which they had won for him. And now his widow had found several $100,000 of these bonds in a safe deposit box and become convinced that he had meant them for another woman, and was in such a fury about it that she was telling all her friends and giving great glee to Washington gossip. And then the new president, a little man whose fame was based upon the legend that he had put down a strike of the Boston policemen, when the truth was that he had been hiding in his hotel room with a black eye presented to him by the mayor of the city. His dream in life, as reported by himself, was to keep a store, and that was the measure of his mentality. He didn't know what to say, and so the newspapers called him a strong, silent man. Bunny didn't publish much of this because Rachel didn't approve of gossip, but they did publish some of the inside facts about professionalism in college athletics, and when this was offered for sale on the campuses, the athletic students mobbed the Ipsels. But even the mobbers read the papers, and Bunny was having the time of his life. In December, the new Congress assembled, and an alarming state of affairs was revealed. The insurgents had the balance of power in the Senate, and their first move was to combine with the Democrats and order an investigation of the oil leases. This news fell upon Dad and Vern like a thunderbolt. Their scouts in Washington had failed to foresee such a calamity, and Vern had to jump into his private car and hurry to Washington to see what a last-minute expenditure of cash might do. Apparently it didn't do much, for the committee proceeded to put witnesses on the stand and grill them, a terrifying newspaper phrase, but really it was not so much a culinary operation as an explosion, with the debris scattered all over the front pages of the press. The thing was too sensational to be held down any longer. It didn't read like politics, but like some blood and thunder movie. Secretary Crisby hadn't had the sense to put his oil money into Liberty bonds and hide them in a safe deposit box. He had gone like a fool and paid off a big mortgage on his Texas ranch and bought a lot of stuff that everybody could see. He had even told the foreman of his ranch that he had got $68,000 from Vernon Roscoe, and the foreman had told one of the ranch hands. Now the senators put the badly rattled foreman on the witness stand, and he had to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. What he had said was not $68,000, but 6 or 8 cows. You can see how easy it was to make such a mistake to happen. But then it was shown that Secretary Crisby had deposited $100,000 in his bank one day, and where had he got that? A great Washington newspaper publisher came forward to declare that he had loaned his dear friend, the secretary, that little sum for no particular reason. The great publisher then went off to Florida to spend the winter, and he was sick and couldn't possibly be disturbed. But the perverse committee sent one of its members to Florida and put the publisher on the witness stand, and in the presence of 100 newspaper reporters pinned him down and made him admit that his story had been a friendly fairy tale. Where had the 100,000 come from? The scandal mongers were busy, of course. Fellows like Dan Irving running to the committee with tales of what Washington gossip was saying. So the committee grabbed young Pete O'Reilly and grilled him and made him admit that he had carried the trifling sum of $100,000 to Secretary Crisby in a little black bag, more stuff right out of a movie. And then they grabbed old Pete, and he claimed that it was just a loan. He had got a note, but he couldn't recollect where the note was. He finally produced a signature which he said had been cut off the note, but he couldn't tell what had become of the rest of it. He was very careless about notes and thought he had given this one to his wife, who had misplaced all but the signature. And these scandalous details about the leaders of the most fashionable society in Washington and Angel City. The newspapers published it, even while they shivered at their own irreverence. Part 4. Every day Dad was getting long telegrams from Vern, not coming direct, of course, but addressed to Mrs. Bowling, the wife of the trusty young executive. They were signed A. H. Dory, a play upon Dad's favorite formula, all hunky-dory. They were not the sort of telegrams that a doctor would have picked out for the soothing of his patient's nerves. No, they kept the patient in a fever of anxiety. How many times he wished that he had listened to the warnings of his young idealist and kept clear of this mess of corruption. But of course Bunny couldn't say that now. He could only read the news and wait and wonder at what hour the thunderbolt would descend upon them. Annabelle's new picture was done, A Mother's Heart, and there was going to be an especially grand premiere, and Bunny was to take V, of course, and Dad was to take Aunt Emma, and everything would be all hunky-dory for that one night at least. Bunny came home from reading the proofs of the next issue of the paper, and there in the entrance hall he found his aunt waiting for him, her hand shaking with excitement and her teeth chattering. "Oh, Bunny, the most dreadful thing! They're trying to arrest your father." "Arrest him? Men are after him right in front of the house. You've got to get away without being seen. They'll follow you. Oh, I'm so frightened. Oh, please, please be careful. Don't let them catch your father." He managed to get the story, and it was really almost as melodramatic as her wild words conveyed. Young Bowling, the trusty executive, had been to the house a few minutes ago, looking for Bunny with a message from Dad of the utmost urgency. He had written it out, and Bunny read it. He was to drive in his car and make absolutely certain that he was not being followed. There would be men trying to follow him in order to trail Dad. As soon as he had shaken off these men, he must leave his car, which of course had his name on the license. He must go to some automobile place where he was not known and buy a closed car under an assumed name. It must not be a new car, because they might have to do some very fast driving. Still making sure that he was not being followed, Bunny must proceed to the suburban town of San Pasquale, and at a certain corner Dad would join him. Mr. Bowling had given Aunt Emma $5,000 in bills, and then he had gone away, hoping that the men who were watching the house would follow him. Bunny said a few words to comfort the poor old lady. Nobody wanted to put Dad in jail. They just wanted to get him on the witness stand the way they had done the Peets, young and old. Bunny threw a few clothes into an old suitcase that had no name or initials on it and hurried out to his car. Sure enough, there was another car just down the street, and when Bunny started, the other started also. Bunny swung round half a dozen corners, but the other car kept on his trail. He bethought himself of the traffic jam in the heart of the city, which was at its worst right now, between 5 and 6 in the evening. The traffic was controlled by signals with 2 or 3 officers at the crowded corners, and it would be possible by dodging here and there to get several cars between you and a pursuing car, and sooner or later to get across just as the bell rang and compel your pursuer to wait. Bunny worked the trick and shook off the other car. Then he left his own in a public garage for storage and made the purchase of a 2-passenger closed car under the name of Alex H. Jones. The dealer's receipt would serve for a license temporarily, and Bunny counted out 18 of his $100 bills and drove away. Half an hour later, he was in the town of San Pasquale, driving past the corner specified. He passed it twice, and the second time Dad stepped out of a hotel, and Bunny slowed down, and then away they went. "Anybody following you?" were Dad's first words, and Bunny said, "I don't think so, but we'll make sure." They swung round several corners, and Dad kept watch through the rear window. "All hunky-dory," he said at last, and Bunny asked, "Where are we going?" The answer was, "To Canada," and Bunny, who had been prepared for anything, took the boulevard that led north out of San Pasquale. While he drove, Dad told him the news. The first thing, Vern had skipped to Europe. At least his steamer was sailing today, and it was hoped he had not been caught. A.H. Dory had telegraphed to Mrs. Bowling, advising her that it was absolutely necessary for Mr. Paradise, that was Dad's code name, to meet his friends in Vancouver immediately, and he must start tonight, otherwise he would be too late for the appointment. Dad hadn't needed any further hint. He had learned yesterday, though he had kept the painful news from Bunny, that the Senate investigators had got wind of that Canadian corporation and were planning to subpoena all its organizers. Undoubtedly, the subpoenas had been issued that day and telegraphed to Angel City with instructions to the United States Marshal to serve them at once. Dad and the young Bowling had made their getaway from the office by means of a fire escape. More movie stuff, you see. And here they were, Alex H. Jones and Paul K. Jones, driving all night on a rain-battered highway, not daring to stop at any hotel, because a United States Marshal might be lurking in the lobby, not daring even to pass through the big cities, for fear the all-seeing eye of their irate Uncle Sam might be spying from a window. Part 5. They got to Vancouver in a heavy snowstorm and immediately dropped their uncomfortable aliases and put up at the best hotel. Straightway, of course, the newspaper reporters came running, and Dad said with his quiet dignity that it was all rubbish about their being fugitives from the Senate investigation. They were American businessmen who had come to British Columbia to consider investments. That scandal in Washington was nothing but cheap and silly politics. The leases had been most advantageous to the government, and as for the Canadian corporation, it had been an enterprise of great benefit to Canada. Did Mr. Ross and his son plan to explore for oil in British Columbia? Asked the reporters eagerly, and Dad said he had nothing to communicate as yet. Here they were, comfortable in the physical sense, but mentally not at all so, in a city which to them was a frontier place, with cold weather and nothing of interest. Yet Dad was likely to be in exile for a long time. The new Congress would be in session half a year, and the troublemakers would certainly keep the oil scandal going so as to have something to use in next fall's presidential election. Dad sent telegrams to his office and wireless messages to Vern on board ship, and presently came a reply from Vern requesting Dad to meet him in London immediately. Dad had to go, and then what about Bunny? He had his sweetheart at home, and also his paper, so perhaps he should return to Angel City. But Bunny said nonsense. It was out of the question for Dad to cross a continent and an ocean in winter-time alone. His son would go with him, and after they had talked things out with Vern, they could go over to Paris and spend a while with Bertie and meet those swell diplomatic friends of hers. Then, if necessary, Bunny might come back alone. They would see about that later. The old man was pitifully glad of this decision. Bunny was all he had to care about now. In his secret heart, he must have been humiliated before his son, but he had to go on with the pretense that he was a dignified businessman persecuted by unscrupulous political enemies. He talked about the matter very little with Bunny, but to other people he would discourse for hours. This sudden talkativeness about his affairs was the most pitiful of all signs of his weakening. Bunny wrote long letters to V, telling her the situation and pledging his love, and to Rachel, turning over the paper to her and arranging for the $1,000 a month to be paid to her. Dad wrote long letters to his efficient young executives. Thank God for their efficiency right now. They would keep in touch with him and Vern by cable, and Vern's agents in Washington would send the lowdown on the investigation. Bunny arranged to get Dan Irving's weekly letter and the various radical papers he was reading, so father and son would be in position to carry on their controversy in Europe. They spent 4 days on a train crossing the snowy plains of Canada. It was bitter cold outside, but snug and warm within, and on the rear of the train was an observation car made use of by a score or two of businessmen, American and Canadian. In an hour or two they had learned that the great J. Arnold Ross was among them, and after that Dad held court and told his troubles to all and sundry. It was curious to Bunny to see the class consciousness of these men, an instant automatic reaction. Every one of them was with Dad. Everyone knew that the exposure was the work of malicious political disturbers and that the leases had been a good bargain for the public. The savings that intelligent businessmen effected always made up many times over for what profits the businessmen took. When they got to Montreal, there was a palatial steamer waiting, with several hundred wage slaves with various sorts prepared to serve them in return for a few hundred barrels of the stolen oil. They went on board, and the steamer proceeded down the St. Lawrence River. It stopped at Quebec, and there were newspapers, and Bunny read that federal agents had raided a secret convention of the Workers' Party and arrested all the delegates. It was a highly sensational event, and the Canadian papers gave full particulars. They, too, had this problem. Their account gave the names of the criminals who had been trapped, and one of them was Paul Watkins. Part 6. Not all the oil money in the world could make the winter passage to England other than cold and stormy. Dad proved to be a poor sailor, and so he was a forlorn object when he got to Vernon Roscoe's hotel in London. But Vern cheered him up. Yes, truly, Dad began to revive with the first thump upon the back and the first boom of Vern's voice in the hotel lobby. "By geez, the old ski-six! I believe the Reds have got his nerve." Nobody had got Vern's nerve, you bet. He was sitting on the top of the world. That investigation, shucks. That was a circus stunt to entertain the yokels. It would blow over and be forgotten in a few months. Vern quoted a chieftain of Tammany Hall who had been up against the same kind of racket and said, "This is a 9-day town. If yous can stand a gaff for 9 days, you're all right." No, by geez, and Vern gave his partner another thump. They were getting the oil out of Sunnyside, and the money was going into their bank accounts and not anybody's else, and they were going to have one hell of a lark spending it. What was more, they were going to turn the tables on those blankety-blank red senators. Just let Dad wait a few days, and he'd see some stuff that would get on the front pages of the papers, even here in England. Jim Jr. got his due share of backslapping. The boy Bolshevik must take his old man around and show him some of the sights of London. Hadn't he learned about 'em in the history books? The places where men had had their heads chopped off 500 years ago, and such cheerful spectacles. After the old man had got rested up, then Vern would show him some oil propositions that would make his eyes pop open. Vern hadn't been losing any time, not he. He had put $5 million into a project that was to reopen a great oil field in Romania that had been burned during the German invasion, and it was a deal that would beat Sunnyside, and Vern had got 51% and full control and was going to bring over a complete American outfit and show those gypsies, or whatever they were, what a real oil job looked like. And now he was fighting with some of the British oil men over the Persian situation, and Vern and the State Department between them were waking old John Bull from a long, sweet dream. It was a curious situation that was unveiled to Bunny here. Vernon Roscoe was a fugitive from the Oil Investigating Committee of the Senate, but at the same time he was master of the foreign policy of the United States government concerning oil, and the ambassadors abroad and the Secretary of State at home behaved as his office boys. Of course, there were other oil men. Excelsior Pete and Victor and the rest of the Big Five all had their agents, hundreds of them, abroad. But Vern was so active and had so much the best word in Washington that the rest had come to follow his lead. President Harding might be dead, but his spirit lived on, and Vern and his crowd had bought and paid for it. The American magnate came among these Britishers with as much tact and grace as one of his long-horned steers from the southwestern plains. He wasn't going to put on any society flummery. He was an old cattle puncher from Oklahoma, and if old Spats and Monocle, as he called Great Britain's leading oil magnate, didn't like him, by geez, he could lump him. Bunny attended a banquet at which a group of the rivals sat down together, and it seemed to Bunny that Vern was more noisy and more slangy than even at his own dinner table at the monastery. There was a method in it, the younger man suspected. Vern frightened these strangers with his wild Western airs, and that was the proper mood for negotiations. They had needed our Navy damn bad a few years ago and had got it free of charge, but they weren't going to get it that way again, and Vern was the fella to tell them so. The next time it would be the oil crowd's say about the battleships, and the same with the dollars, by G's. There was a new deal in American diplomacy since the war. The State Department had taken charge of foreign investments made by our bankers and told them where to go and where to stay away from. The bankers had to obey because they never knew when they might need the help of the Marines to collect their interest. What it meant in practice was that a few fighting men like Vernon Roscoe could go to foreign businessmen and say, "Let me in on this and give me a share of that, or you can whistle for the next loan from Wall Street." The procedure is known to all cattlemen. They call it horning in, and after a few of the Britishers had been horned in on, they learned what the little fellows had learned back home. Who were the real masters of America? Part 7. Dad, of course, had no trace of interest in seeing the place where men had had their heads chopped off 500 years ago, and Bunny tried it and found that he didn't have much either. What Bunny wanted was to meet the men who were in danger of having their heads chopped off now. There was a great labor movement in England, with a well-developed system of workers' education supported by the old line leaders. Also a bunch of young rebels making war on it because of its lack of clear revolutionary purpose. The young student had been exchanging with the plebes, and now Bunny went to see these rebels, and soon was up to his ears in the British struggle. A wonderful meeting at Albert Hall, and labor members of Parliament and other interesting people to meet. A couple of papers published interviews with the young oil prince who had gone in for radicalism, as the Americans called it, and this brought an agonized letter from Bertie. She had been begging them to come over to Paris and meet the best people, but now here was Bunny, 6,000 miles away from home, still making his stinks. Couldn't he, for God's sake, stop to think what he was doing to his relatives? Eldon just about to get a promotion, and here his brother-in-law coming in and queering it all. You could see Bertie making a strong moral effort on paper, controlling herself and patiently explaining to her brother the difference between Europe and California. People really took the Red Peril seriously over here, and Bunny could find himself a complete social outcast. How could Eldon's superiors trust him in delicate matters of state policy if they knew that members of his family were in sympathy with the murderous ruffians of Moscow? Bunny replied that it was very sad indeed, but Bertie and her husband had better repudiate him and not see him, for he had no intention of failing to make acquaintance with the labor and socialist movements of the countries he visited. Having got that off his chest, Bunny sat down to write for the young student an account of all the red things he had seen and the red people he had met so far. The little paper was coming, and Bunny was reading it from the upper left-hand corner of page 1 to the lower right-hand corner of page 4, and finding it all good. Yes, Rachel Menzies was going to make a real editor, a lot better one than Bunny himself, he humbly decided. She had started a series of papers called Justice and the Student, discussing the problems of the younger generation. She saw it all so clearly and was so dignified and persuasive in manner, not angry as the young Red so easily got. Even Dad was impressed. Yes, that was a clever girl. You wouldn't think it to look at her, but those Jews were always smart. Also, the Labor Press Service was coming with Dan Irving's Washington letter and other news from the oil scandal. And very soon Bunny saw what Vern had meant by predicting the collapse of the investigation. The whole power of the Attorney General's office had been turned against the insurgent senators. Barney Brockway, backed against the wall, was fighting for the life of himself and his Ohio gang. Secret Service agents had raided the offices of the senators conducting the investigation and rifled their papers. They were raking up scandals against these men, sending women to try to get them, preparing a series of frame-ups in their home states. Every trick they had rehearsed on the Communists and the IWW now applied to the exposers of the oil steal. Presently, they had one of the senators under indictment, and just as Verne had predicted, the big newspapers came to their senses and took the crimes of the oil men off the front page and put the crimes of the Reds in their place. There was quite a bunch of magnates now in exile. Fred Orpan and John Groby and all those who had formed the Canadian Corporation and distributed $2 million of bribes in Washington. Dad and Bunny would lunch with them, and they would have confidential telegrams, and it was curious to watch their reactions. They all made a joke of it. "Hello, old jailbird," would be their greeting, but underneath they were eaten with worry. Among other developments, the new president was preparing to throw them overboard in anticipation of next fall's elections. He, cautious Cal, had never had any oil stains on him. Oh, no. Oh, no. The oil men would jeer. The little man had sat in the cabinet all the time the leases were being put through. He had been the bosom friend of all of them. The first time any of Verne's crowd enjoyed the exposures was when the Senate committee began digging into a file of telegrams which showed the immaculate one as heavily smeared as the other politicians. He had been sending secret messages, trying to stave off the exposure, trying to save this one and that. But now he was getting ready to kick their agents out of the cabinet. And how did they despise him? The little hop-toad was Verne's regular description of the chief magistrate of his country. End of Part 7. Chapter 18, The Flight of Oil by Sinclair Lewis, Parts 8 through 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 8. Dad didn't get well as quickly as they had hoped. Apparently the cold, damp darkness of London was not good for him, so Bunny took him to Paris. Bertie relented and met them at the station. Even her husband risked his diplomatic career, and everything was polite and friendly for a few hours. But then the brother and sister got to arguing. Bertie wanted Bunny not to investigate the socialist movement of France, at least, and Bunny said he had already promised Rachel an article about it. There was a youth paper here that was on their exchange list, and there was to be a socialist meeting that very week which Bunny was going to attend. Bertie said that settled it. He would never meet the Prince do this and the Duchess do that. And Bunny was so ignorant, he didn't know what he was missing. Paris was wet and cold also, and Dad had a cough, and sat around in a hotel lobby, and was so forlorn it made your heart ache. He would let you drive him around and look at public buildings, yes. It was very fine, a beautiful city. People had been working on it a long while. We hadn't had time to get anything so good at home. But all the while you could see that Dad didn't really care about it. He didn't like this strange people with their jabber. The men looked like popinjays and the women immoral, and the people were always trying to pass off lead money on you. And the food had fancy fixings so you couldn't tell what it tasted like. And why in the world Americans wanted to come chasing over here was beyond Dad's power to imagine. It was decided to take him to the Riviera till spring, and here they were settled in a villa looking over the Mediterranean, and there was sunshine at last, a pale copy of California. Bertie came for a visit, and then Aunt Emma to keep house for them, and it was a sort of a home. Aunt Emma and Bertie got along beautifully, because the elder lady never failed to admire the right things. Oh, how perfectly lovely, how refined and elegant, the most magnificent buildings, the most lifelike paintings, the most fashionable costumes. Aunt Emma would meet the prince to this and the duchess to that, and never injure the diplomatic career of her nephew-in-law. Bunny got himself a tutor and rapidly unlearned the French he had acquired at Southern Pacific. Of course, he had to pick out a socialist tutor, a weird-looking, moth-eaten young man who did not seem to have had a square meal in many years. A poet he was reported to be. Other socialists came round, and a few communists and anarchists and syndicalists and hybrids of these. They wore loose ties or none at all, and hair hanging into their eyes, and looked at Dad and Aunt Emma as if they were spying out the premises with intention of burglary. Even here there were radical meetings on this coast of gold, where the rich of Europe gambled and played, and poor devils dangling always on the verge of starvation roused the pity of a young American millionaire who lived in luxury and had a guilty conscience. When it was ascertained that he would lend money, there were some to ask, and most of them were frauds. But how was a young millionaire to know? Aunt Emma had been escorted from Angel City by Dad's private secretary, bringing 2 big briefcases full of reports and letters. And so Dad was busy and happy for a while. He studied these papers and wrote long instructions and sent cablegrams in code and fretted because some of the replies were not clear. Yes, it was a hard matter to carry on an oil business 6,000 miles away. They were putting down test wells in the north half of Sunnyside, and you wanted to be there to examine the cores. Why, the damn fools had even failed to send the full text of the geologist's reports. Dad wasn't well enough to go into the big new deals with Vern. He must rest first. But the rest didn't help him because he fretted for something to do and for his secretary to do. To go driving up and down the same coast was monotonous, while to sit at tea parties and chatter with fashionable idlers. Dad had unutterable contempt for these people. They weren't even crude and healthy like the rich in California. No, they were rotten to the core, vicious and terrible people. The ex-mule driver took one look into their gilded gambling palace that was famed all over the world, and he went outside and spit on the steps. Fuff! He was even willing to consider Bunny's argument that such people were made by generations of hereditary privilege. Let things go as they were going in California, and Dad's grandchildren would be giving this crowd lessons in depravity. For that matter, some of them were giving it right here on the Riviera. Rich Americans setting the pace in frivolity and ostentation. Anyhow, said Dad, give him Americans. He wandered out and found a retired department store proprietor from Des Moines, just as desperately bored as himself, and the two would sit for hours on the esplanade and tell about their business and their troubles. Presently there was added a banker from South Dakota, and then a farmer who had struck oil in Texas. The women folks insisted on these fool European tours, and all the fathers could do was to get off by themselves and grumble at the bills. But here were 4 of them, and they gave one another courage and fixed up a little place to pitch horseshoes, and in their shirt sleeves, by heck, just as if they had never made the mistake of making too much money and ruining their family life. Part 9. The weather grew hot, and they went back to Paris. Dad liked it better now. He could stroll on the boulevards and sit in those outdoor cafes where you sipped things to drink. There was always a waiter who understood English, and maybe he had been in God's country and would chat about it. There were numbers of Americans to meet. Dad found the express company office where they got their mail, and he even ran into people from Angel City there. The newspapers from home came twice a week and lasted a long time. Also friends turned up, Annabel Ames, for example, to attend the London premiere of A Mother's Heart and to visit Romania with Verne, and also Constantinople. It appeared that Verne was backing the Turkish government as a means of squeezing a bigger share of the Mosul oil out of the British. A funny thing, Excelsior Pete, Verne's bitterest rival at home, had offered to take him in on these concessions. Yes, you were getting something when you bought the leading cabinet members of the United States government. Excelsior Pete's action showed how much real importance they attributed to the oil scandals and to the new president's public attitude. Annabel was a businesswoman and understood these matters, which made her a comfort to Dad. She pleaded with Bunny in her gentle, loving way. It was all right for him to set up new standards in business, but was it fair to judge his father by them? Certainly no big businessmen followed such standards, and surely America was entitled to its share of the world's oil. But there was no way to take it in from these greedy foreign rivals except to mass the power of the government against them. Annabel had lots of news from home. Not gossip, she didn't tell mean things, but there was one story she couldn't help telling. It was so funny and caused Dad many a chuckle. A sudden fit of modesty had struck the O'Reilly family. They had taken down all those bronze and brass signs that had announced their progress about the world. No name on their front gates, none on the Conqueror, their yacht, none on the private car with its Circassian walnut and blue satin upholstery. No longer was it a glorious thing to be an oil magnate's wife. Some fanatic might throw a bomb at you. Congress had adjourned for the summer, and Verne was going back. But he wanted Dad to stay for a while, because that Canadian corporation was the most vulnerable of all the oil men's actions. It had never done anything except to distribute that $2 million of bribes. It was more than ever important to keep the story down, because the government was proceeding to bring suits for the return of all the naval reserves. That would tie up the profits in the courts. All that good money, by geez. It was terrible. Dad would stay, of course, and Bunny would have to stay with him. To make matters easier, the great Smolsky came along, fresh from the job of buying most of the great German moving picture stars. Another step in the process of taking over the industry. Annabel appealed to him, and he was a good sport. He said yes, it was a damn shame the way old Jim had been treated, and it was fine of the kid to stick by him. The Jews are strong for the family, so Smolsky would arrange several premieres for the Golden Couch in Europe, and V might spend a long holiday with her bunny rabbit. Lest Smolsky should forget about the matter, Annabelle made him dictate a cablegram right then. So Bunny saw a demonstration of what it means to have influential friends. It was good business as well as good nature, of course, because when the world's darlings have these glory progresses, a publicity man precedes them from one great capital to the next, and the news of the crowds and the clamor is cabled back to the United States and takes the front page every time. Bunny could salve his conscience because nobody needed him at home. The magazine was getting along all right. 52 issues had been published, more than half of them of Rachel's own editing. It was something to count upon, the same as the Sunrise, and it was the most interesting paper in the world. Also, Paul was out of immediate trouble. One of the 19 men arrested at the Communist Convention had been convicted and had appealed. The cases of the rest were held up until that one was decided, and meantime Paul and the others were out on bail. Ruth wrote Bunny the news. It was a torment to have a 20-year jail sentence hanging over you, but they were getting used to it. Ruth was going on with her nurse's work and getting along fine. Paul had gone on a long journey. She was not at liberty to say where. But the capitalist press was at liberty and did so. From time to time you would read in the French papers items of news about Russia, made of course to sound as hateful as possible. Soon after getting Ruth's letter, the papers reported that there had been a dispute among the American communists as to tactics, and the two factions had carried their case to the chiefs of the Third International. There were half a dozen leaders of the American Party now in Moscow, and one of those named was Paul Watkins, under indictment at home for participation in an illegal convention. Part 10. Several interesting events came along to keep them busy in their exile. First, Aunt Emma fell in love. Yes, by golly, when it comes to such things, you just never can tell what will happen to either ladies or gentlemen. It was a respectable, elderly hardware merchant from Nebraska who was occupying his leisure collecting cameos. Maybe Aunt Emma reminded him of one. Anyhow, after bowing her around for several months, he suddenly popped the question, and they had a quiet family wedding and went off on a honeymoon to Nebraska. It left Dad quite lonesome, but presently he hunted up an adventure for himself, and that was stranger still. You couldn't have guessed it in a million years. Spooks! It happened that Bunny went off one evening to a meeting at which the Socialist and the Communist engaged in violent warfare, as appeared to be their custom in Paris, and when he got back he found that Dad was not in his room. Next morning the old man told him about it, hesitatingly, with not a little embarrassment. Just what did Bunny think about spiritualism? Bunny said he didn't think at all. He didn't know. And Dad revealed that he had had an amazing experience, a long talk last night with Grandma. Holy smoke, said Bunny, and Dad said yes, he might well be surprised, but there was just no getting away from it. She had told him all about his childhood, described the ranch where they had lived, and asked all about her paintings. What had he done with the one of the Germans drinking out of steins? And did he still have the one of the mansion with the fountain in front, and the carriage with the two horses and the lady and gentleman sitting in it? She had called him Little Jim, and it was all so real it had made tears come into Dad's eyes. Bunny wanted to know where had this happened, and Dad told him there was a lady living in this hotel, Mrs. Oliver. She was a lady from Boston who had been married to a Frenchman, and her husband had died a year or two ago. Dad had got to talking with her, and she had told him about being a spiritualist and how she had a famous medium who gave seances in her rooms here in the hotel, and she had invited Dad to attend, and that was the way of it. Most amazing things had happened. There had been horns floating in the air, and voices coming out of them, and lights flickering about. Then the ghosts had appeared, and finally this old lady ghost who had asked for little Jim, and started right off to tell these things that had taken Dad's breath away. How could a medium possibly have known such things? Well, here was Dad with something to occupy his time. Of course, he went to the next seance and the next. Very soon he was learning all the patter of the spiritualists, taking it as seriously as a religion. You could see how it was. He had got along without any religion so long as he was well and busy, but now that he was old and tired and sick, he craved something to lean on. He was shamefaced about it, afraid his son would ridicule him. But after all, did Bunny know any reason why the soul might not survive after death? Bunny didn't, and thereupon Dad invited him to go to a seance. Obviously, this was something more important than socialism. If it was really true that we lived forever, why then it would be easy to endure any temporary discomfort. It was hardly worth arguing about such things as money. This from J. Arnold Ross. Bunny, who always tried to oblige, went to a seance and witnessed the strange phenomena. He knew that such things can be done by sleight of hand, and that he had no way of telling the difference. No chance was given in this company made up of believers in a state of emotional exaltation, so one session was enough, and he went back to the socialist. But let Dad be a spiritualist if it made him happy. Not so Bertie, who found out about it and went into a regular tantrum. What did Bunny mean by letting his father fall into such hands? It was the worst kind of swindling in the world. And that woman, Mrs. Oliver, it was perfectly obvious what her scheme was. She wanted to marry Dad. Here, Bertie and Bunny had worked all their lives to help him accumulate a fortune and save it, and a designing adventuress would jump in and grab the money, and Bunny hadn't even sense enough to know what was happening. Never had he seen his sister so mad in her whole life. She called him a fool 7 times running when he said that the spiritualist widow might have her share if only she could help the poor old man to find happiness. Part 11. Then another strange affair for them to discuss, one you would have found still harder to guess. The American newspapers in Paris published a dispatch from Angel City setting forth that Eli Watkins, self-styled prophet of religion, was believed to be drowned. He had gone swimming at the beach, leaving his clothing in a hotel room, and had never been seen since. A search was being made for the body. That was all the news for a time, and Dad shook his head and said, "Golly, what a strange thing. A man whose God had saved so many others but couldn't save his own prophet. What would become of the big tabernacle that had been Eli's personal property?" Then the New York papers came, and later on the papers from Angel City, with the story spread all over the front page day after day. The body of Eli could not be found. The people of the temple employed divers. They had searchlights sweeping the water at night, and thousands of the faithful patrolling the sands, holding revival services there, weeping and praying to God to give them back their beloved leader in his green bathing suit. This went on for a week, for 2 weeks, and it was puzzling because the longest time a body could stay in the sea without floating was 9 days, and never before had it happened that a drowned body had failed to be washed ashore. Then, more and more amazing, there began to be rumors in the papers. They were afraid to say anything direct, but they hinted and quoted others who hinted. Eli was possibly not drowned. Eli had been seen here, he had been seen there, and always in the company of a certain young woman whose rumor declared to have been the keeper of the sacred robes in the tabernacle. Of course, the first time Dad saw one of those hints, he remembered what he and Bunny had seen that day at the beach hotel, and he went up into the air. By God, that fellow's playing a trick. He's gone off on a spree with a woman. There was a thrill for you. Dad talked about it for hours. It almost drove the spooks out of his mind. It was no joking matter, because in the course of the search for Eli's body, 2 men had lost their lives. One diver had been taken with pneumonia, and a member of the tabernacle, seeing what he thought was a body, had swum out too far and gone down. And here was Dad with the key to the mystery. Was it his duty to cable the facts to the Reverend Huber? More sensations yet. The people at the tabernacle began getting letters from kidnappers who alleged that they had taken Eli in his green bathing suit and had him in hiding and demanded $500,000 ransom for him. What was that? Nobody in Angel City could be sure. Had the prophet really been kidnapped? Or was it true that he was driving over the state in company with Miss X, as the newspapers referred to the former keeper of the sacred robes? One of the funniest aspects of the scandal was that various young couples who had gone off on love expeditions in motor cars, a favorite diversion of the well-to-do, now found themselves in an embarrassing situation. All over the state, newspaper reporters and police officials were looking for Eli and Miss X, and woe to any tall blond man who happened to register at a hotel with a girl and no marriage certificate. The denouement, when it finally came, was so sensational that it got itself cabled and thus spared Dad a tedious wait. 35 days after Eli's disappearance, some fishermen, rowing in a harbor several hundred miles from Angel City, encountered a man swimming to shore and picked him up, and behold, it was a tall blond man in a green bathing suit. In short, it was the prophet. The story he told was that, finding himself being carried out to sea, he had prayed to the Lord, and the Lord had heard his prayer and had sent 3 angels to hold him up in the water. The name of one of these angels was Steve, and the second was a lady angel whose name was Rosie, and the third was a Mexican angel, and his name was Felipe. These angels had taken turns holding on to the shoulder straps of Eli's green bathing suit, and when he grew faint, one of them would fly away and bring him food. They had upheld him even while he slept, quite peaceably in the water. For the entire period of 35 days, Eli had been thus alternately swimming and sleeping. The devil had come with wings of flame and driven the good angels away and bound Eli's hands behind him so that he had nearly drowned. But he had prayed to the Lord, and the angels had floated him to a rusty old can and held it while he rubbed his bonds against the sharp edges and severed the bonds and was able to swim again. So here was the prophet, none the worse for his adventure, and when he had landed on the shore and got some clothing, here came the reporter's hot foot, for there have not been so many miracles in these skeptical recent days, and this was an indubitably one. Crowds of people swarmed about the prophet. They sang hosannas and strewed his path with flowers, and when he got back to Angel City, you just couldn't imagine the excitement. 50,000 people at the railroad station. It beat anything that even the greatest movie stars had achieved. And when he got to the tabernacle, there were his followers falling on their knees and weeping for joy, because the Lord had answered their prayers and given them back their prophet. 6 times a day the vast auditorium was packed, and outside a park was filled with people, and Eli's mighty bellow was conveyed by a dozen loudspeakers, and men and women fell down at the sound. Praise the Lord. Of course, there were skeptics, people with the devil in their hearts who refused to believe Eli's story and persisted in talking about a blue-colored automobile driven by a good-looking girl having a heavily veiled man wearing goggles in the seat beside her. They talked about signatures on hotel registers and handwriting experts and other obscenities. But all that made no difference to the glory shouters at the tabernacle, which was packed all day and all night, as never before in the history of religions. Over and over Eli would tell his story, full of the most convincing details. Why, he even told how the angel's wings had swished and sometimes splashed water into his face. He told the very words the angels had spoken to him. Said the prophet, if God in his own omnipotence could keep Jonah 3 days in the belly of a whale, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the burning fiery furnace, why could he not keep Eli Watkins afloat on the sea? It is obvious that no one could answer that. And then came an incident which settled the matter, completing the glory of the third revelation. Eli happened to look inside his green bathing suit, and what should he find but a snow-white feather? He recognized it, of course, a proof of his story, left there by the mercy of the Lord. When this fresh miracle was announced, the hosannas of the faithful shook the roof, and presently the angel's feather was mounted in a glass case and set up behind the place where Eli preached, and, such was the Lord's mercy, whoever even looked upon this relic was instantly cured of all his ailments and had his sins forgiven. Yes, even the most deadly sin of fornication. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Penalty of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. The billboards of Paris broke into universal ecstasy. Schmolsky, superbe presente, étoile américaine, Viola Tracy. Dans la Coche d'Or, cinéma mélodrame de la société unhut reels. These were pages in the newspapers. Premiere production sur le continent d'Europe. Schmolsky was doing the job in style. Atwala herself was coming, all the way from California, and Bunny motored to Havre to meet her, and oh, how happy they were, a second honeymoon with the old disharmonies forgotten. He drove her back to Paris. No, almost to Paris. She must board a train outside the city and make her entrance according to schedule announced in the newspapers. There were shouting thousands, the cameras and the reporters, including those whose duty it would be to cable the stirring news back to New York and Angel City. The world grows one, and it is the cinema melodrame de la société that is doing it, which is to say the world grows American. The premiere here in Paris was the same as a premiere in Hollywood, except that the crowd made more noise and sought to embrace its idol, actually imperiling the idol's life. There was a double reason for excitement, because the man who had played the leading part was no common movie actor, but a real prince from Romania who had been visiting in Southern California and had yielded to the wiles of Schmoltsky and become a star for a night. Now here he was in person, on his way home to Romania, having traveled on the train and the steamer with V, so Bunny learned. A tall, lean man, not very handsome, but used to attention, courteous, but easily bored, wearing a quizzical smile, and reluctant to be serious, until he heard Bunny express some sympathy for the murderous and blasphemous Reds. After that, he preferred the company of Bunny's sister. When the Paris premiere was over, Dad got him a touring car of royal proportions, and they motored to Berlin, Bunny driving, with V by his side, and Dad on the back seat with his secretary and a chauffeur for emergencies. It was all just as grand as their tour to New York. Perfect roads, beautiful scenery, humble peasantry standing cap in hand and all stricken, servants rushing to wait upon them at every stop. All Europe owes us money, and this is how it pays. And then Berlin. Erste Aufführung in Deutschland, Schmoltsky's superbe Enquete, etc. And the crowds and the cameras and the reporters. The world was one. This had been enemy country less than 6 years ago. But did any ex-soldiers in uniform take station at the theater entrance and forbid American films to set too high a standard for the native product? They did not, and Bunny smiled, remembering his remark to Schmoltsky, "Wie victus?" and the latter's reply, "Huh?" They went on to Vienna. It is a poor city now and hardly repays the advertising, but there is still magic in the name and it counts with the newspapers. So here was another premiere, less noisy but more genial. V and her lover were a little bored now. She had had the last great kick that she could get out of life. When a star has had her continental tour and has got tired of it, she is an old-timer, blasé and world-weary, and life from then on is merely one thing after another. The person with gift of perennial childhood was Dad. He enjoyed each premiere as if he had never seen the others, and he would have liked to go on to Bucharest, where Her Majesty the Queen, herself a genius at advertising, was to attend the first showing in honor of Prince Maurescu. But another attraction kept Dad in Vienna. The spooks had followed him. His friend Mrs. Olivier had given him a letter to a wonderful medium, and they went to a séance, and V was told all about the patent medicine vendor who had raised her in a wagon, the very phrases this man had used to the crowd. By golly, if it was a trick, it was certainly a clever one. Part 2. There was only one cloud on the second honeymoon, and Bunny kept it hidden in his own soul. There were youth papers in both Berlin and Vienna, and he considered himself bound to call at their offices and invite the rebel editors to lunch and send home letters for Rachel to publish. In Vienna was a paper in the English language devoted to the defense of political prisoners. It was a communist paper, but so well camouflaged that Bunny didn't realize the fact, and anyhow, he would have wished to meet the editors. He was still making his pitiful attempt to understand both sides, even here in Central Europe, where the socialist and the communist had many times been at open war. In this obscure office in a working-class part of the city, Bunny came upon a ghastly experience. There was exhibited to him a creature that had once been a young man, but now was little more than a skeleton covered with a skin of greenish yellow. It had only one eye and one ear, and it could not speak because its tongue had been pulled out and cut off, and most of its front teeth had been extracted, and its cheeks were pitted with holes made by cigarettes burned into it. Likewise, all the creature's fingernails had been torn out, and its hands burned with holes. The men in the office bared its shirt and showed Bunny how the flesh had been ripped and torn by lashes this way and that, like cross-hatchings in a pen and ink drawing. This was a prisoner escaped from a Romanian dungeon, and these scars represented the penalty of refusal to betray his comrades to the White Terror. Here in this office were photographs and letters and affidavits, for this kind of thing was being done to thousands of men and women in Romania. The government was in the hands of a band of ruling class thugs who were stealing everything in sight, selling the natural resources of the country. One of the biggest of Romanian oil fields had just been leased to an American syndicate. Possibly Comrade Ross had heard of this, and Comrade Ross said that he had. He didn't add that his father was in on the deal. This victim of the White Terror was from Bessarabia, a province taken from Russia under the blessed principle of self-determination. It was inhabited by Russian peasants, and the natural struggles of these people for freedom were met by slaughtering or torturing to death not merely everyone who revolted, but everyone who expressed sympathy with the revolt. Nor was this a sporadic thing. It was the condition prevailing all along the Russian border, 1,000 miles from the Baltic to the Black Sea. All these provinces and countries inhabited by Russian peasants had been taken from the Reds and given to the Whites. And so you had this situation. On the eastern side of the line, the peasants had the land and the government. They were free men and women, making a civilization of workers, while on the other side they were serfs at the mercy of landlords, robbed of the fruits of their toil, and beaten or shot if they ventured a murmur. It was impossible to prevent peasants from one side crossing to the other, and the contrast between the two civilizations was so plain that no child could fail to understand it. So the class struggle went on all the time, a hideous civil war of which no word was allowed to leak to the outside world. Left to themselves, this landlord aristocracy could not survive a year, but they had world capital behind them. They got the munitions with which to do the slaughtering, or the money to make the munitions from American big business. Yes, it was America which kept alive this White Terror in order to collect interest on the debts and to come in and buy up the country. The railroads, the mines, the oil fields, even the great castles and landed estates. Would not Comrade Ross tell the American people what bloody work their money was doing. Bunny went away with the question on his conscience. Would he tell or wouldn't he? Would he begin by telling his darling of the world? Would he mention that the young Prince Moresque, whom she so greatly admired, was the son of one of the bloodiest of these ruling class thugs? All the time Bunny was driving his darling through winding passes amid the glorious snow-covered mountains of Switzerland, he was not happy as it was his duty to be. He would have long periods of brooding, and she would ask what was the matter, and he would evade. But then she would pin him down, being shrewd like most women where love is concerned. "Is it those Reds you've been visiting?" He said, "Yes, dear, but let's not talk about it. It isn't going to make any difference to us." She answered ominously, "It's going to make all the difference in the world to us." Part 3. Back in Paris, there were long letters from Verne. The government had filed suit for the return of its oil lands, and the Sunnyside tract was in the hands of a receiver, and all the development stopped. But they were not to worry. Their organization would be put to work on the various foreign concessions, and as for the money, what they were getting out of paradise would keep them in old age. Strange to say, Dad worried scarcely at all. Mrs. Olivia had discovered a new medium, even more wonderful than the others, and this Polish peasant woman with bad teeth and epilepsy had brought up from the depths of the universal consciousness the spirit of Dad's grandfather, who had crossed the continent in a covered wagon and perished in the Mojave Desert. Also, there was the spirit of an Indian chief whom the old pioneer had killed during the journey. Most fascinating to listen while the two warriors told about this early war between the Reds and the Whites. Bertie was furious, of course. She didn't dare say much to Dad, for the old man was still the boss and would tell her where to get off. She took it out on Bunny, storming at him because he was the one who might have saved Dad from this dangerous vamp. Bunny couldn't help laughing because Mrs. Olivia was so far from the type which the Hollywood directors had taught him to recognize, a stoutish, elderly lady, sweet and sentimental, with a soft, caressing voice. It was too funny to listen to her coo to the fierce and surly Indian chief. "Now, Red Wolf in the rain, are you going to be nice to us this evening? We are so glad to hear you again. Captain Ross's little grandson is here and wants you to tell us if the faces of the red men are white in your happy world." Bunny was taking V about to see Paris, a city which was exhibiting to the world the moral collapse of capitalist imperialism. In the theaters of this culture center, you might see a stage crowded with naked women, their bodies painted every color of the rainbow. Some of them died of the poisoning which this treatment inflicted upon the system. But meantime, the war for democracy was justified. While Bunny was there, the artists of the city took offense because the managers of the Underground Railway objected to an obscene advertisement. To express their scorn of censorship, some hundreds of men and women emerged at dawn, having torn off their clothing in drunken orgies, and invaded the subway cars entirely naked. These beauty creators and guides of the future held a festival once a year, the Quatre Arts Ball, a famous event to which V, as a visiting artist, was welcome. And here, when the revels were at their height, you might stroll about a vast hall and see, upon platforms set against the walls, the actual enactment of every variety of abnormal vice which human degeneracy had been able to conceive. With the time he had left from such diversions, Bunny was preparing for the young student a moving protest against the Romanian White Terror. He left this nearly completed manuscript on the writing table in his hotel room, and when he came back, it was gone, and inquiries among the hotel staff brought no information. 2 days later, Bertie came to him with another tantrum. She knew all the contents of his manuscript and what shame he was bringing upon their heads. "So Eldon's been setting spies on me," exclaimed Bunny, ready to get hot himself. But Bertie said rubbish. Eldon had nothing to do with it. It was the French Secret Service. Did he imagine for a moment the government was failing to keep track of Bolshevik propaganda, or that they would let him use their country as a center of plotting against the peace of Europe? Bunny wanted to know, were they so silly as to imagine they could keep him from writing home what he had learned in Vienna? He would do the article over and find ways to get it to America in spite of all the spies. Then Bertie actually broke down and wept. Of all countries for him to pick out, Romania. Here she had been pulling wires to get Eldon appointed to a high diplomatic post with the combined influence of Verne in Washington and Prince Morescu in Bucharest, and now Bunny came along and smeared them with his filth. And more than that, blind fool, couldn't he see that Morescu was interested in V? Did he want to give her up to him? The prince would, of course, hear about this matter through the French government, which was arming Romania against Russia. Suppose he were to come back to Paris and challenge Bunny to a duel? The young smart aleck answered, "We'll fight with tennis rackets." Part 4. Matters came to a climax. A letter for Bunny bearing a French stamp, but in a familiar handwriting that made his pulses jump. He tore it open and read, "Dear son, I am in town for a few days, and would you like to meet me? Yours for old times, Paul Watkins." Bunny was 24 years old now, but it was just the way it had been 11 years ago, there in Mrs. Grote's backyard when he left his father and run shouting, "Paul, Paul, where are you? Please don't go away." Bunny had a date with V, but he got out of it. His sister would invite her to one of those diplomatic tea parties where you met the Prince of this and the Duchess de that. Then Bunny hurried off to the obscure hotel where his friend was staying. Paul was haggard. One does not take a trip to Moscow to get fat. But his sober face was shining with the light of fanaticism, the same thing which his brother Eli called the glory of the Lord. Dad would have said there were two of them, equally crazy. But it didn't seem that way to Bunny, who mocked at Eli's God but believed in Paul, at least enough to tremble in his presence. Paul had been living under a workers' government again, and this time not as a wage slave, a strike-breaker in army uniform, but as a free man and master of the future. So now in this dingy hotel room, Bunny was sitting opposite an apostle. Paul, with his somber, determined features and toil-accustomed figure, the very incarnation of the militant working class. And the miracles of which he had to tell were real. First of all, a spiritual miracle, 100 million people proclaiming their own sovereignty and the downfall of masters and exploiters, kings, priests, capitalists, the whole rabble of parasites. It was a physical miracle, too, because these 100 million people controlled 1/6 of the earth's surface and were building a new civilization, a model for the future. They were poor, of course. They had started with a country in wreck. But what were a few years and a little hunger compared with the ages of torment they had survived? Paul described the sights of Moscow. First of all, the youth movement, a whole new generation being taught to be clear-eyed and free, to face the facts of nature, and to serve the working class instead of climbing out upon its face and founding a line of parasites. You saw those young communists in classrooms, on athletic fields, in the streets, marching, singing, listening to speeches. Paul himself had talked to tens of thousands in his little bit of Russian, and nothing had ever meant so much to him. He had but one interest for the rest of his life, to tell the young workers of America about the young workers of Russia. He began by telling Bunny. He talked about the councils he had attended, the international gatherings where the future of the parties all over the world was charted out. Bunny, of course, made his protest against this. Did Paul really think it was possible for an American political party to have its course determined in a foreign country? Paul smiled and said it was hard enough. The Russian leaders couldn't understand how far back in history America stood. But what else could you do? Either you meant to have world order or you didn't. If you left the party in each country to determine its own course, you were right back where you were before the war, with men calling themselves socialist and holding power in the name of socialism, who were in reality patriots, ready to back the exploiters of their own land in wars against the exploiters of other lands. That was the thing which threatened to destroy the human race, and the only way to end it was to do what the Third International was doing, have a world government and enforce its orders. The workers' world government was located in Moscow, because elsewhere the delegates would be thrown into prison or assassinated, as in Geneva. But before many years the Third International would hold a Congress in Berlin, then in Paris and London, and in the end in New York. The workers of the world would send their representatives, and that Congress would give its orders, and the nations would stop their fighting. Just you bet. Thus Paul and Bunny, as usual, were swept along upon a wave of enthusiasm. Part 5. There were so many things Bunny wanted to know about. He took Paul to dinner in an outdoor cafe, and they spent a good part of the evening, French fashion, conversing there. Paul told about the schools, all the new educational discoveries that had been made in America but could only be applied in Russia, and the papers and the books, the modern progressive writers being translated and spread over the half of 2 continents, and industry, the colossal labors of a people to build a modern world out of nothing, with no capital and no help from the outside. Paul described the oil industry under this Soviet system, a state trust in which the workers' unions were recognized and given a voice in labor affairs. The workers published papers. They had clubs and dramatic societies, a new culture based upon industry instead of exploitation. Then, of course, Bunny wanted to know about Ruth and about Paul's arrest and his trial, and what was he going to do now. He was on his way back to America and would probably be put to organizing in California because that was the place he knew best. He had been in Paradise and held secret meetings with the men, until at last he had been found out and put off the tract, the place where he had been born and had lived nearly all his life. But that was all right. The party had a nucleus, as it was called, in the field, and literature was being distributed and read. Bunny told what he had learned in Vienna and how his article on Romania had been stolen. Paul said that in every European capital there were more spies than there were lice. Very probably there was some agent sitting at one of these tables, trying to hear what they said. His baggage was rifled every few days. The imbecilic governments trying to crush the workers' movement, and at the same time piling up their munitions, getting ready for the next war that would make Bolshevism as inevitable as the sunrise. "You really think there'll be another war, Paul?" The other laughed. "Ask your eminent brother-in-law. He'll know. But he wouldn't tell me. We barely speak." Paul answered that armaments produce wars automatically. The capitalists who make the armaments have to see that they are used in order to get to make more. Bunny said that the idea of another war seemed too horrible to think about, and Paul replied, "So you don't think about it, and that makes it easy for the businessmen to get it ready." He sat for a bit in thought and then went on. "Since I've been traveling in Europe, I find myself remembering that night when you and I met for the first time. Do you recollect it, son?" When Bunny said that he did, Paul went on. "I wasn't in my aunt's living room, and I didn't see those people that had come to lease their lots. But I listened outside and heard the wrangling, and now as I go about Europe I say to myself, that is world diplomacy, a wrangle over an oil lease. Every nation hating every other one, making combinations and promising to stick together, but they've sold each other out before night, and there's no lie that anyone hasn't told, and no crime they haven't committed. You remember that row?" How well Bunny remembered. Miss Snip. He hadn't known her name, but her face rose before him, brick red with wrath. "Let me tell you, you'll never get me to put my signature on that paper, never in this world." And Mr. Hank, the man with the hatchet face, shouting, "Let me tell you, the law will make you sign it." Only there was no law in European diplomacy. And Mrs. Groety, Paul's aunt, glaring at Mr. Hank and clenching her hands as if she had him by the throat. "And you the fella that was yelling for the rights of the little lots. You was for sharing and sharing alike, you snake in the grass," said Paul. "Those people were so blind with greed they were willing to throw away their own chances for the satisfaction of beating the others. They did that, I think you told me, threw away the lease with your father, and everybody in the field behaved the same way. I wonder if you happen to know it's government statistics on that Prospect Hill field. More money was spent in drilling than ever was taken out in oil." "Yes, of course," said Bunny. "I've seen derricks there with platforms actually touching." "Each one racing to get the oil and spending more than he makes. Isn't that a picture of capitalism? And then the war. You remember how we heard the racket and ran to the window, and there was one feller hitting the next feller in the nose, and the whole room full milling about, shouting and trying to stop the fight or to get into it? One said, 'You dirty, lying yellow skunk,' and the other said, 'Take that, you white-livered puppy.' Son, that was a little oil war, and a year or two later the big one broke out. And if there's anything you don't understand about it, all you need to think about what happened in my aunt's home. And remember, they were fighting for a chance to exploit the oil workers, to divide the wealth the oil workers were going to produce. In their crazy greed, they killed or injured 73% of all the men they put to work on Prospect Hill. That's government statistics also. And don't you see how that's the World War exactly? The workers doing the fighting and the bankers getting the bonds." End of Part 5. Chapter 19, The Penalty of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 6 through 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 6. So many things to talk about. Bunny told the story of Eli, concerning which Paul had heard no rumor. The latter said it was easy to understand because Eli always had been a chaser after women. It was one reason Paul had been so repelled by his brother's preaching. "I wouldn't mind his having his girl," he said, "only he denies my right to my girl. He preaches a silly ideal of asceticism and then goes off secretly and does what he pleases." Here was an opportunity for which Bunny had been seeking. He took a sudden plunge. "Paul, there's something I want to tell you. For the past 3 years, I've been living with a motion picture actress." "I know," said Paul. "Ruth told me." "Ruth?" "Yes, she saw something about it in the papers." And then, reading his friend's thought, Paul added, "Ruth has had to learn that the world is the way it is and not the way she'd like it to be." "What do you think about such things, Paul?" "Well, son, it's a question of how you feel about the girl. If you really love her and she loves you, why, I suppose it's all right. Are you happy?" "We were at first. We still are, part of the time. The trouble is, she hates the radical movement. She doesn't really understand it, of course." Paul answered, "Some people hate the radical movement because they don't understand it, and some because they do." After Bunny had had time to digest that, he went on, "Either you'll have to change your ideas or you'll have to break with the girl. That's something I'm sure about. You can't have happiness in love unless it's built on harmony of ideas. Otherwise you quarrel all the time, or at least you're bored." "Have you ever lived with a woman, Paul?" "There was a girl I was very much attracted to in Angel City, and I could have had her, I guess. But it was a couple of years ago, when I saw that I was going Bolshevik, and I knew she wouldn't stand for it. So what was the use? You get yourself tangled up in a lot of emotions and waste the time you need for work. I've often wondered about you and such things. You used to think the way Eli talks when we first met." Paul laughed. "I'd hardly keep my Christian superstitions when I became a communist organizer. No, son, what I think is, find a woman you really love and that wants to share your work and that you mean to stick by, then you can love her. You don't need any priest to give you permission. Some day, I suppose, I'll meet a woman comrade. I think about it a good deal, of course. I'm no wooden post. But I'll have to wait and see what happens at my trial. I'd be little use to a girl if I've got to spend 20 years in Leavenworth or Atlanta." Part 7. Paul was going to speak at a meeting of communists the next evening, and Bunny must go to that meeting, of course. But what was he to do with V? She would not be interested in hearing Paul tell about Russia. She had learned all about it from her friend, Prince Morescu. Bunny bethought him of Dad and the séances, and by tactful manipulation he caused the old gentleman to call up V and tell her about an especially interesting séance they were going to have that evening. V promised to come, and Bunny thought he was free. But then about lunchtime, Bertie called him on the phone. "So your old Paul is in Paris." Bunny was startled, having thought he was keeping a secret. Then he laughed. "So your old Secret Service has been at work," said his sister. "I just thought you might be interested to know your old Paul is not going to speak tonight. The police have arrested him." "Who told you that?" "They've just notified the embassy. He's to be expelled. In fact, he's on his way now." "My God, Bertie, are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Did you think they'd let him make Bolshevik speeches in France? I mean, are you sure they're going to expel him?" Bunny had learned so much about the treatment accorded to the Reds. All Europe had adopted the sweet custom of the American police to beat their prisoners with rubber hose, which leaves no marks upon the skin. So there began a wrangle over the phone, Bunny in a panic insisting upon knowing what official had given the information to Eldon, and Bertie insisted that Bunny should not make another of his stinks in Paris and maybe get himself deported, and his brother-in-law ruined in the eyes of all Europe. In the end, Bunny hung up and called the office of the communist newspaper. Did they know about the arrest of Comrade Poole-Vatkin? So it was necessary to say it. No, they knew nothing about it. They would endeavor to find out. And Bunny jumped into a taxicab and hastened to the office of the Préfet de Police, where he was received with a lack of that courtesy which police officials usually display to young gentlemen properly tailored. They had no information to give about the American Poole-Vatkin, but they would like to receive the information about an American named James Arnold Ross, and how long he expected to abuse the hospitality of the French government by giving sums of money to enemies of public safety. Meantime, Bertie, in her desperation, was appealing to V. Tracy, begging her to make one more effort to get Bunny out of this hideous entanglement. V. answered that she would make one more, and only one. She turned from the telephone and ordered her maid to pack her belongings, and when Bunny came back from his visit to the police, he found a note in his mailbox. Dear Bunny, I have just learned why I was to be put off with a spiritualist seance tonight instead of going to the opera with you. The time has come when you have to choose between your red friends and me, and I have moved to another hotel until you make up your mind. Please give me your decision by letter. Do not try to see me, because I will not speak to you again until this matter has been settled. If it is to be all over between us, a quick, clean cut is the way I choose. I will no longer endure the humiliation of being associated with dangerous criminals, and unless you can say that you love me enough to change your associates, I mean that you are never to see me again. Take time to think it over, but not too much time. Yours, V. As a matter of fact, Bunny did not need any time. Even while he was reading the letter, a voice was telling him that he had known it was coming. After the first shock of pain had passed, he set himself down and wrote, Dear V, we have had great happiness together. I have suffered for a long time because I knew it had to end. I won't waste your time arguing in defense of my ideas. I have some and cannot give them up, any more than you can yours. I wish you every happiness that can come to you in life, and hope that you will not cherish bitterness in your heart, because it is something I truly cannot change. If ever the time comes that I can aid you, I will be yours to command. With just the same affection, Bunny Rabbit. Part 8. Bunny must not stop to nourish his grief, but must hurry to call upon the French communist and offer to pay the cost of a lawyer to institute legal proceedings and find out what was happening to Paul. But as a matter of fact, the effort was not necessary, for next morning all the newspapers had the story. A notorious American Bolshevik agitator had been escorted by the authorities to Havre and placed on board a steamer to sail that day. The communist paper in its report commented sarcastically, "This was one Bolshevik agitator whom the American government could not very well refuse to admit, since they had him under bond of $20,000 to make his appearance in court." Bunny had so little confidence in the French authorities that he took the precaution to wireless Paul to the steamer with reply prepaid, and a few hours later he got the words, "On the way to paradise," a code message from Paul. 3 days later came a message from his sweetheart, no code this time, but a proclamation to the whole world. The newspapers of Paris and all other capitals of Madagascar, Paraguay, Nova Zembla, Tibet, and New Guinea announced the engagement of Viola Tracy, American screen actress, to Prince Mărescu of Romania. The wedding was to take place in the great cathedral of Bucharest, and Queen Marie herself would attend. The efficient publicity organization of Smolsky Superba had contrived many a stunt in its time, but never one so effective as this which fate handed to it, free, gratis, and for nothing. And so there was a chapter closed in Bunny's life. The door which had led from his suite in the hotel to V's suite was locked, and a piece of furniture moved in front of it. But there was no piece of furniture that could be moved in front of the memory in Bunny's mind. Nothing could shut out that slender white figure so vivid and eager in the memory of the delights she had brought to him. He was maimed in soul, as the victims of the White Terror were maimed in body, and in the same cause. There were women here of all kinds and sizes, native and American, young ladies of the highest fashionableness, willing to receive the attentions of a young oil prince. They knew about his romance and his broken heart, and their shrewd mammas told them an ancient formula known to the feminine world since the dawn of coquetry, "Catch him on the rebound." Bunny was besought to attend tea parties and dances, but mostly he went to socialist meetings, and when he thought about girls, it was to Angel City that his fancy fled. Ruth Watkins was so gentle and quiet, yet brave, not giving up her brother because he turned into a Bolshevik. And Rachel Menzies was so steady, so grim in her determination to send him a 4-page paper as regular as the calendar, and always telling him everything he wanted to know. Once every month, she sent an itemized statement of receipts and expenditures, typed with her own fingers, and always exactly right. Whatever dollars were left over went for sample copies, so he was never troubled by either surplus or deficit. Part 9. September, and Dad came bringing an announcement that caused him to hesitate and turn fiery red after he got going. "You know, son, I've got to be very good friends with Alice. That is, we're interested in the same ideas, and we realize that we can help each other." "Yes, Dad, of course." "Well, the fact is, you know how it is. I've been imposing on you for so long, but now you will be free because I've asked Alice to marry me, and she consents." "Well, Dad, I've been expecting that for quite a while. I'm sure you will be happy." Dad looked very much relieved. He had feared a tantrum after the fashion of Bertie. He hastened to say, "I want to tell you, Alice and I have talked the matter over, and we agree. She's fond of you and appreciates your standing by me and all, and she wants you to know that she's not marrying me for my money." "No, Dad, I don't think that." "Well, you know Bertie and what she thinks. Bertie is mercenary. I suppose she got it from her mother. Anyhow, I'm not going to say anything to her about this, so it's none of her business. We'll just get married on the quiet, and Bertie can read about it in the papers. What I'm going to do is this. Elsie says she hasn't had anything to do with helping me make my money, and she don't want my children to hate her, as they will if she comes in and takes a big share." "Oh, but I won't, Dad." "We've agreed that I'm to make a will and leave $1,000,000 to her, and the rest will go to you and Bertie, and Alice will be satisfied with that. It will give her enough to carry on the psychic work she's interested in. You understand she wants to do that?" "Yes, of course, Dad." "I'm a propagandist, too." "I know, son, and what I've been thinking. You have a right to express your ideas, and while I don't agree with that little paper, I can see that it's honest. It says what you think. So I'm going to make over $1,000,000 worth of raw stock to you, and you can just go ahead and do what you please with that. I hope you won't turn into a Bolshevik like Paul, and I hope you won't find it necessary to get into jail." "It would be pretty hard to keep me in jail if I had $1,000,000, Dad." The old man grinned. The mediums and the spirits had not yet driven the old devil entirely out of him. He went on to say that of course they weren't going to have as much money as he had once thought. The government suits were a-going to dig a big hole in it. No doubt the politicians would fix it so Dad and Vern would lose. Of course, they might get a pile out of these new deals abroad, but that was speculative, not the sort of thing Dad fancied, but he was leaving it to Vern. "What are you and Mrs. Alice going to do, Dad?" "Well, we want to have a sort of, you might call it a spiritualist honeymoon. We'll go see that medium in Vienna, and there's another in Frankfurt that we've heard about. It'll depend for one thing on what you want. Maybe you'll go back to California." "I think I will, Dad, for a while, if you're sure you can spare me." Yes, Dad said he and Alice would get along all right. His secretary had learned enough French for practical purposes, and they would have a courier or interpreter for their stay in Germany. He hoped the climate there would agree with him. He didn't seem ever to be strong now. The flu had sort of done him up. The preliminary steps were taken, and Bunny and his father and the secretary and Mrs. Alice Huntington Forsyth Olivier all put on their best glad rags and appeared before the mayor of one of the small towns on the outskirts of Paris and were duly wedded, and Bunny kissed his new stepmother on both cheeks, and the mayor did the same, and also kissed Bunny and Dad on both cheeks. And then Dad took his son to one side and placed an envelope in his hands. It was an order on Vern to turn over 3,200 shares of Ross Consolidated Class B stock, a little more than $1 million at the market. They were street certificates, Dad explained. He had already signed them and left them with Vern, in case they wished to market them. "Now, son," said the old man, "have a little sense. This is a pile of money, and don't throw it away. Take your time and be sure what you want to do, and don't let yourself be plucked by grafters that will come around just as soon as they smell it." The same old Dad. They gave each other hugs and squeezes. There were tears in everybody's eyes, even the secretary and the mayor and his clerks, who had never heard of such fees for a wedding. Marvelous people, ces Américains. And Bunny said for Dad to write all the news, and Dad said for Bunny to write all the news, and Bunny said he would return to France next summer if Dad were not able to come to America, and Dad said he was sure Vern would have it all fixed up before that. And then Bunny kissed his stepmother again, and then he hugged Dad again, and then shook hands with the secretary, a regular debauch of the sweet sorrows of parting with the officials and a crowd of street urchins standing by on the sidewalk, staring at the grand rich car and the grand rich Americans. Bunny was glad to look back on it in after years. At least that once the old man had been happy. All the chatter and the messages and the flowers, the baggage to be seen to and the robes to be tucked in, and then at last they were rolling down the street amid waving of hands and cheers, headed for a spiritualist seance in Frankfurt am Main. Bunny took a train back to Paris and wrote out 2 messages announcing that he was sailing for home, one to Ruth Watkins and one to Rachel Menzies, playing no favorites. Then he bought a paper and read a brief dispatch. Great California oil fire. A bolt of lightning had struck one of the storage tanks of the Ross Consolidated Oil Company at Paradise, California, and as a high wind was blowing, it was not thought possible to save any portion of the tank farm, and possibly the whole field might be destroyed. When Bunny got back to the hotel, there was a cablegram from Angel City. It was impossible to make any guess what the damage would be, but they were fully insured and nothing to worry about. A. H. Dory, still Vern's signature when he wanted to be playful. Bunny forwarded the message to his father and asked if he should wait. But Dad's answer was no, whatever he had to say could be said by letter or cable, and he would be glad to have Bunny on the scene to report. Love and best wishes were the concluding words, the last that Dad was ever to say to his son, except through the channel of the spirits. Part 10. A steamer took Bunny out to sea, one of those floating hotels like the one he had left in Paris, fitted in the style of a palace, mahogany finish and silken draperies and cushions, and the most elegant society, flashing jewels and costly gowns. $5,000 per female person would have been a modest estimate for evenings in the dining saloon. And very soon the tongues of gossip began to buzz. His father's the California oil man. They say he owns whole fields out there, but one of them is burning up, according to the papers. The Ross that was in the scandal, you remember, he's hiding abroad, been there nearly a year, but the son can come back, of course. They say he was one of the lovers of Viola Tracy, but she chucked him and married the Romanian prince. Catch him on the rebound, my dear. So everybody was lovely to Bunny. So many charming young things to dance with until any hour of the morning, or to stroll on the deck and be lost in the darkness with, if one preferred. All day they flitted about him, casting coy and seductive glances. They were interested in everything he was interested in, even the book he was reading, provided he would talk about it instead of reading it. There were some who would say that they were interested in socialism. They didn't know much about it, but were eager to learn. Until the second morning out, when the young socialist received a wireless which entirely removed him from fashionable society. Your father, very ill, with double pneumonia, have obtained best medical attention, will keep you informed, deepest sympathy and affection, Alice. So then Bunny walked the deck alone and suffered exactly those torments of remorse which Vernon Roscoe had predicted for him. Oh, surely he could have been kinder, more patient with that good old man. Surely he could have tried harder to understand and to help. Now fate was taking him away, 500 or 600 miles every day, and at any moment might snatch him to the distance beyond calculation. His father himself had felt it. Bunny went over what he had said and realized that Dad had faced the thought of death and had been giving his son such last advice as he could. At first, nothing but remorse. But then, little by little, the debate, the old dispute that had torn Bunny's mind in half. Was it possible for men to go on doing what Dad had been doing in the conduct of his business? Could any civilization endure on the basis of such purchase of government? No, Bunny told himself. But then he should have tried harder, more lovingly, and persuaded his father to stop it. But at what stage? Dad had been purchasing government ever since Bunny could remember, as a little boy. All the oil men purchased government. All big businessmen did it, either before or after election. And at what stage of life shall a boy say to his father, "Your way of life is wrong, and you must let me take charge of it"? There was no new thought that Bunny could think about all this, any more than in the case of V. Tracy. Just the grief and the ache of loneliness. Old things going, they kept going. And where did they go? It was a mystery that made you dizzy at moments like this. You stood on the brink of a precipice and looked down into a gulf. The most incredible idea that his father, who was so real and had been for so long a part of his being, should suddenly disappear and cease to be. For the first time, Bunny began to wonder, could Alice be right about the spirits? Another message in the evening. Condition unchanged will keep you advised, sympathy and affection. These last words never failed in the messages. The next day, when Dad's condition was the same and the crisis expected tomorrow. And then tomorrow, when Dad was sinking. And then the morning after, when Alice wired, "Your father's spirit has passed from this world to the next, but he will never cease to be with you. He spoke of you at the last and promises that if you will communicate with a good medium in Angel City, he will guide your life. With love and affection as ever, Alice." And then a message from Bertie. "I was with Dad at the end, and he forgave me. Will you forgive me also?" When Bunny read that, he had to hurry to his stateroom and lie there and cry like a little child. Yes, he would forgive her. So he wired in reply, and might whoever had made them forgive them all. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, The Dedication, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Bunny was alone in the roaring city of New York, 6 or 7 millions of people and not many known to him. There were reporters, of course. It made a human interest story, fate snatching one of the oil magnates away from the Senate inquisitors. The country was near the end of a bitter presidential campaign, and the smallest item about the oil scandal was of importance. Also, Bunny had cablegrams and telegrams of sympathy from Vern and Annabel, from Paul and Ruth, from Rachel and her father and brothers, yes, and one from the Princess Marescue, signing herself with old-time nearness, Vivi. He purchased his ticket home by way of Washington, and on the train he read the back newspapers with a day-by-day account of what happened to his boyhood dream of a great oil field. Enormous oceans of flame rolling over the earth, turning night into day with the glare, turning day into night with thunderclouds of smoke, rivers of blazing oil rushing down the valleys, and a gale of wind sweeping the fire from one hill to the next. A dozen great storage tanks had gone, and the whole refinery, with all its tanks and some 300 derricks, licked up and devoured in that roaring furnace. It was the worst oil fire in California history. $8 or $10 million loss. In Washington was someone for Bunny to tell his troubles to, Dan Irving. They took a long walk, and the older man put his arm about Bunny and told him that he had done everything possible in a difficult situation. Dan could assure him that he didn't have to think of his father as a bad man. Dan had made it his business to know, and could confirm Bunny's judgment. American big businessmen all purchased government. They all justified the purchase of government. It was something that had shocked Dan in the beginning, but he had come to realize now that it was a system. Without the purchase of government, American big business could not exist. You saw it written plain in the instinctive reaction of the whole business world to the oil scandals, the determination to damp them down, to make nothing of them, to indict and prosecute not the criminals, but the exposers of the crime. So they got to talking politics, which was the best thing for Bunny to divert his mind and get him back to his job. Dan had been doing what he could in this presidential campaign, but he was sick with the sense of impotence. The whole capitalistic publicity machine had been set to work on a new job to glorify cautious Cal to the American people. This pitiful little man, a fifth-rate country politician, a would-be storekeeper, he was the great, strong, silent statesman and the plain people's hero. One thing and one only the businessmen expected of him, to cut down their income taxes. In everything else he would be a cipher. The newspaper men were disgusted by their job, but all were helpless. Their papers at home would take only one kind of news. And here was poor Dan with his labor press service, a score or two of obscure papers, perhaps 100,000 circulation in all, and most of the time not enough money for the office rent. "That's what I want to talk to you about," said Bunny. "Before I left France, Dad gave me $1 million in Ross Consolidated stock. I don't know what it'll be worth since the fire, but Vern says there's full insurance. I'm not going to touch the principal till I have time to think things over, but I'll put $1,000 a month of the income into your work, if that will help." "Help? My God, Bunny, that's more money than we've ever thought of. I've been trying to raise an extra 100 a month so as to mail free copies where they would count," said Bunny. "I'll turn the money over to you with only one provision, that you'll have to have 200 a month salary. There's no reason why you should run yourself into debt financing the radical movement." Dan laughed. "No reason except that there wouldn't be any radical movement if some didn't do that. You're the first really fat angel that has appeared in my sky." Wait," said Bunny, "till I find out just how fat I'm going to be. I have an idea my friend Vernon Roscoe will do what he can to keep me lean. He knows that whatever I get will go to making trouble for him." "My gosh," said Dan, "have you seen the things we've been sending out about Roscoe's foreign concessions? and what the State Department is doing to make him rich, that story would beat the Sunnyside lease if we could get the Senate to investigate it. Part 2. Chicago and more messages for Bunny. He had cabled Dan's secretary to ascertain if there was any will among Dad's papers. The secretary replied that nothing had been found, and neither the widow nor the daughter knew of such document. They were proceeding to Paris after the funeral, and the secretary would cable if anything was found there. So then to Angel City and more cablegrams. The secretary advised that no will was among Mr. Ross's papers in Paris, and Bertie cabled, "I believe that infamous woman has destroyed Dad's will. Have you anything in Dad's writing or hers?" From which Bunny made note that deathbed repentances do not last very long, at least not when it's another person's deathbed. Bunny had nothing from Dad except the order for the Ross stock, and that wouldn't bring much satisfaction to Bertie. He cabled to Elise at her Paris hotel, reminding her that his father had stated the terms of their marriage to be that she was to receive $1 million from the estate and no more, and asking her to confirm that agreement. The reply which he received was from a firm of American lawyers in Paris, advising him on behalf of their client, Mrs. Elise Huntington Forsyth Oliver Ross, that she knew of no such agreement as he had mentioned in his cablegram, and that she would claim her full rights in the estate. Bunny smiled grimly as he read, "A clash between spiritualism and socialism. Also a clash between capitalism and socialism." Bunny went to call on his father's partner at the office where both could speak frankly, and they did. Vern's first statement was a knockout. Bunny's father had been mistaken in thinking that he had any Ross Consolidated Class B stock, and therefore his order upon Vern was worthless. All those street certificates had been sold some time ago at Dad's order. Dad's memory had evidently been failing since his illness, or perhaps he had not been watching his affairs since taking up with spiritualism. His business was in a bad way. In the first place, the Ross Consolidated Operating Company, which had been Dad's choicest holding, was practically bankrupt. Vern had that day been notified by the fire insurance companies involved that they would not pay the claims because they had evidence that the fires had been of incendiary origin. They didn't quite say it in plain English, but they implied that Vern or his agents had started the fires because the company had an oversupply of oil and was caught with a failing market. "Good God," said Bunny. "What's that, a bluff?" "No," said Vern. "That's a scheme of Mark Eisenberg, who runs the banking business in this city for the Big Five, to knock one of the independents out. They'll tie us up in the courts for Christ knows how many years. Ross Operating won't have the cash to develop that burned-over field, and if it has to assess its stockholders for the money, your father's estate won't be able to finance its share without help. The Lobos River wells are played out, and the Prospect Hill field is filling with water. Of course, your father's got shares in my foreign undertakings, but none of them will realize anything for a long time, so it looks as if you'll have to sell them out. Who is to handle all this?" "Here's a copy of Jim's will. You can take it home and study it at your leisure. The executors are you and me and Fred Orpin. and you and Bertie are to divide the estate. Of course, that's been knocked out by his marriage. Unless he's made another will, the widow gets 1/2, and you and Bertie a quarter. I promised your father I'd do the executor's work, so I suppose it's up to me. Let me say this right away. That Paradise Field bears your name, and if you want to take it over and run it, I won't stand in your way. You can sell some of your other holdings and buy me out at the market price and run the business for yourself. Do you want to be an oil man?" "No," said Bunny promptly. "I do not." "Well, then, I'll have to buy out your father's stock, because the company is bankrupt, and I won't carry it unless I have control. You and me couldn't work together, Jim Jr. Your ideals are too high." Vern laughed, but without his usual jollity. "If I hadn't promised your old man to do this job, I'd like to dump Ross Operating onto you and let it go bankrupt on your hands, and see what you'd do. You didn't agree with your father about businessmen controlling the courts. Well, by Jeez, you just be an upright, public-spirited young citizen, and let the courts appoint a receiver for Ross Operating without any bribery or undue influence of any sort, not pulling any political wires or making any threats or improper promises, and see how much you'd have left of the 8 or 10 millions or whatever will be collected from the insurance companies a few years from now." Part 3. From these ugly problems Bunny had a refuge, his little paper. He had arrived on a Sunday, and Rachel had met him at the train with a dozen of the Ipsels, their faces shining. There was a cheer at sight of him, just as if he had been a moving picture star. There were handshakes all round. He and Rachel had several extra shakes, they were so glad to be together. The young people knew that Bunny would be sad over his father's death, and possibly also the burning of his oil field. So they crowded round and told him all the news at once, and Rachel produced the proofs of a new issue of The Young Student, also last week's issue, and several others that he might not have received. The little office was home, the only home Bunny had, because the mansion his father had rented had been subleased and their personal belongings put in storage before Aunt Emma came to Europe. The office was only one room, but quite impressive with files and records accumulating. They had a subscription list of over 6,000 now, and were printing 8,000 this week. But Rachel still had only one assistant. The Ipsels did the wrapping and addressing evenings and Saturdays and Sundays. They hadn't got mobbed or arrested any more. The socialists were supporting La Follette for president, and that gave them the right to be let alone for a while. And then Ruth. Bunny went to call on her in the same little cottage. Paul had not got home yet. He had stopped in Chicago for a party conference, and now was coming by way of the Northwest, speaking every night. He was having good meetings because of the prominence his arrest had given him. The story of his expulsion from France had been in the papers all over the country, and Ruth showed Bunny letters telling about this and other adventures with police and spies. Ruth had made Paul promise to write her a postcard every single day, and when she didn't get one, then right away she began to imagine him in some police dungeon, getting the 3rd degree. Bunny watched her face as she talked. Her words were cheerful. She was a graduate nurse now and able to earn good money and save some if Paul should be in need. But she was pale and her face was strained. There were communist papers and magazines on the table, and Bunny could see at a glance what was happening. These papers came from Paul, and Ruth, sitting here alone many and many an evening, had read them, looking for news about her brother. So she had absorbed all the horrors about the torturing and maiming and shooting of political prisoners, and it had been exactly as if Paul had been in battle. Ruth hadn't what you would call a theoretical mind. You never heard her talk about party tactics and political developments and things like that. She was instinctive, yet with class consciousness all the more intense and passionate for that. She had been through 2 strikes, and the things she had seen with her own eyes had been all the lessons in economics she would ever need. She knew that the workers in big industry are wage slaves, fighting for their very lives. And this war was not like capitalist wars. This one had to be, because the masters made it. But even thus believing in Paul's work, Ruth could not help being in a tension of anxiety. Also, a strange and perplexing thing, Ruth was angry with Rachel and the young student. It appeared that the socialist had been getting up meetings all over the country for a so-called social revolutionary from Russia, a lecturer who had made the imprisonment of his partisans in Russia the pretext for attacks on the Soviet government. The social revolutionaries were the people who had tried to assassinate Lenin and who had taken the money of capitalist governments to stir up civil war inside Russia. How could Bunny's paper give support to them? Bunny went back to Rachel and the Ipsels, who declared that this man was a socialist, opposing the partisans of violence. The communists had come to the meeting and tried to howl him down, and there had been almost a fight. So here was Bunny, facing with dismay the same internal warfare in the movement which had so distressed him in Paris and Berlin and Vienna. He had been so profoundly impressed by Paul and his account of Russia, but he found that Rachel had not moved an inch from her position. She would defend the right of the Russians to work out their own destiny. She would defend their right to be heard in America, even though they would not defend her right. But she would have nothing to do with the Third International, and no talk about dictatorships, unless it was her own dictatorship that was going to see to it that the young student didn't give the post office authorities or the district attorney's office any pretext for a raid. No, they were going to stand for a democratic solution of the social problem, and Bunny, as usual, was going to be bossed by a woman. It was a curious thing, the nature of women. They seemed so gentle and impressionable, but it was the pliability of rubber or of water that comes right back the way it was before. From the very first, look at Eunice Hoyt, so set upon having her own way, and even little Rose Tainter. If he had married her, he would have discovered that she had a fixed religious conviction as to the proper style of window curtains and how often they had to be laundered. And V. Tracy, who had given up her happiness, she would not be happy with the Romanian prince, Bunny knew. And Ruth and Grandma, in the matter of the war. And Bertie, so hell-bent upon getting into fashionable society, in spite of having been born a mule driver's daughter. And now here was Rachel Menzies, and Bunny knew exactly the situation. It would break her heart to give up the little paper. She had adopted it with the passion of a mother for a child. But she would walk out of the office in a moment if Bunny should fall victim to the communist process of boring from within. Part 4. Bertie arrived in Angel City a week behind her brother, and afforded him still more evidence of the unchangeable nature of femininity. Bertie had come to get her share of the estate, and she went after it with the single-mindedness of a rabbit hound. Bertie knew a lawyer, her kind of lawyer, another rabbit hound, and she saw him the day of her arrival. And then Bunny must come to this lawyer's office and with the help of Bertie and a stenographer have the insides of his mind turned out and recorded. Exactly what Dad had said about his arrangements with Mrs. Elise Huntington Forsyth Olivier. Dad hadn't said a word about it to Bertie, alas, nor to anyone else. He had made a will, of course, and that infamous woman had destroyed it. Bertie knew that with the certainty of God. And then everything else about Dad's affairs that Bunny could recall, where he had kept his money and his papers, what secret hiding place for stocks and bonds he may have had, what he had spent so far as Bunny could guess, who had been in his confidence, and then the statements which Vernon Roscoe rendered, and all the files of Dad's correspondence with Vern, and the trusted young executives Bowling and Heineman and Simmons and the rest, and the bankers and their clerks, and Dad's secretary whom Bertie had brought back from Paris with her, a veritable mountain of detail, and Bunny was required to attend all the sessions and be just as much a rabbit hound as the rest. He told himself that it was his duty to the movement, which so badly needed the aid of a fat angel. Right at the outset, there was one bitter pill that Bertie had to swallow. Her lawyer advised her that there was no chance of depriving Mrs. Elise Ross of her half of the estate. Bunny's testimony was worth in law precisely nothing, and so, unless there should be found another will, they must accept the inevitable and combine with the widow to get as much as possible out of Vernon Roscoe. Mrs. Ross, as Paris lawyers had named some very high-priced lawyers in Angel City as their representatives, and Bertie had to swallow her rage and admit these men to their counsels. There were troubles enough to need the very highest-paid lawyers. Accountants were put to work on the books of J. Arnold Ross and on the statements rendered by his partner, and in a few days there began to emerge out of the tangle one colossal fact. Over and above all the money that Dad had put into new business ventures with Vern and others, above all the cash which he had handled through his bank, there was more than $10 million worth of stocks and bonds which had disappeared without a trace. Vern declared that these securities had been taken by Dad and used by him for purposes unknown, and Bertie declared that was idiocy and that Vernon Roscoe was the biggest thief in all history. Having access to Dad's safe deposit box, he had simply helped himself to the contents, and with rage Bertie turned upon her brother, asserting that he was to blame. Vern knew that Bunny would use his money to try to overturn society, and so it was only common sense to keep him down. Nor could Bunny deny that this sounded reasonable. It was easy to imagine Vern saying to himself that Bunny was a social danger and Bertie a social waster, and the widow a poor half-wit, while he, Vern, was a capable businessman who would use those securities for the proper purpose, to bring more oil out of the ground. Learning of Dad's death, Vern had quietly transferred the securities from Dad's strong box to his own, before the state inheritance tax commissioner came along to make his records. Vern wouldn't consider that stealing, but simply common sense, the same as taking the naval reserves away from a government which hadn't intelligence enough to develop them. Now Bertie wanted to start a lawsuit against his father's partner, and put him on the stand and make him tell everything about his affairs, and Bunny, with the help of the lawyers, had to argue with her and bear the brunt of her rage. So far, Vern had been careful to put nothing into writing, and when he took the stand, he would have a story fixed up to leave them helpless. He could say that Dad had given him the securities, and how could they disprove it? He could say that Dad had taken the securities, unknown to his partner, and lost the money on the stock market. How could they disprove that? Even if they traced the sales of Dad's securities through Vern's brokers, they would gain nothing because Vern could say that he had turned over the money to Dad, and that he had been authorized to invest it and had lost it. 100 different tales he could invent. "Then we've simply got to take what that scoundrel allows us," cried Bertie, and the lawyers agreed that was the situation. Being themselves on a percentage basis, their advice was sincere. Then an incident that multiplied the bitterness between Bertie and her brother. Bunny went to the storage warehouse where his belongings had been put away, and in an atlas that his father had occasionally consulted, he came upon 5 Liberty bonds for $10,000 each. It was some money Dad had been keeping handy, possibly to bribe the officers in case he should be caught. Anyhow, here it was, and Bunny would have been free to consider it a part of the $1,000,000 which Dad had tried to give him in Paris. But he haughtily decided that he would not join in plundering the estate. He would turn the bonds in to be counted as part of the assets. But he made the mistake of telling Bertie about it, and oh, what a riot! The imbecile to make Elise and her lawyers a present of $25,000 instead of quietly dividing with his sister and holding his mouth. That $25,000 became to Bertie a thing of more importance than all the millions that Vern had got away with. These bonds were something tangible, or almost tangible, until Bunny took them out of her reach and made them a present to these greedy vultures, and right when both of them needed cash and were having to go to one of their father's bankers to borrow money on the basis of their claims to the estate. Bertie raved and stormed, and Bunny, to get over with, took the bonds to the bank and turned them in. And after that, Bertie never forgave him. She would mention his imbecility every time they were alone. She was making herself ill with all this hatred and fuming. She would sit up half the night poring over figures, and then she couldn't sleep for excitement. Like all young society ladies, she set much store by the freshness of her skin and its freedom from wrinkles. But now she was throwing away her charms and making herself pale and haggard. In after years she would be going to beauty specialists and having the corners of her mouth lifted, and the skin of her face treated with chemicals and peeled off, because now she could not control her fury of disappointment that she was to get only a paltry 1 or 2 million, instead of the glorious 10 or 15 million she had been confident of someday possessing. Part 5. Rachel had published a brief article about Bunny's return from abroad, quoting him as saying that he intended to use his inheritance for the benefit of the movement. And this statement had attracted the attention of a bright young newspaper woman who had written a facetious article, "Millionaire Read to Save Society." And now it appeared that there were a great many people who had ideas as to how to save society, and they all wanted to see Bunny and waited for him in the lobby of the hotel. One had a sure cure for cancer, and another a perpetual motion machine actually working. One wanted to raise bullfrogs for their legs, and another to raise skunks for their skins. There were dozens who wanted to prevent the next war, and several who wanted to start colonies. There were many with different ways of bringing about socialism, and several great poets and philosophers with manuscripts, and one to whom God had revealed himself. The bearer of this message was 6 feet 4 and broad in proportion, and he towered over Bunny and whispered in an awe-stricken voice that the words which God had spoken had been set down and locked in a safe, and no human eye ever had beheld them or ever would. Several others wrote that they were not able to call because they were unjustly confined to asylums, but if Bunny would get them out, they would deliver their messages to the world through him. There was one more nut, and his name was J. Arnold Ross, no longer Jr. He had a plan which he had been turning over and over in his mind, and now he gathered his friends to get their reaction. Old Chaim Menzies, who had been a long time in the movement and watched most of its mistakes. Chaim was working in a clothing shop as usual, and giving his spare time to getting up meetings. And Jacob Menzies, the pale student. Jacob had got a job teaching school for a year, but then he had been found out, and now was selling insurance. And Harry Seeger, who was growing walnuts and escaping the boycotts. And Peter Nagel, who was helping his father run a union plumbing business in an open shop city and spending his earnings on a 4-page tabloid monthly ridiculing God. And Gregor Nikoliev, who had done his socialist duty working for a year in a lumber camp and was now assistant to an X-ray operator in a hospital. And Dan Irving, who had come from Washington at Bunny's expense. These 6 people sat down with Rachel and Bunny at a dinner party in a private dining room to discuss how to save society with $1 million. Bunny explained with becoming modesty that he was not putting forth his plan as the best of all possible plans, but merely as the best for him. He wasn't going to evade the issue by giving his money away, putting off the job on other people. He had learned this much from Dad, that money by itself is nothing. To accomplish anything takes money plus management. Moreover, Bunny himself wanted something to do. He was tired of just looking on and talking. He had thought for a long time about a big paper, but he had no knowledge of journalism and would only be a blunderer. The one thing he did know was young people. He had been to college and knew what a college ought to be, and wasn't. What we're doing, Rachel and Jacob and the rest of us Yipsels, is trying to work on young minds. But the trouble is we only get them a few hours in the week, and the things that count for most in their lives are the enemies. I mean the schools, the job, the movies, everything. So I want to get some students together for a complete life, 24 hours a day, and see if we can't build a socialist discipline, a personal life with service to the cause as its goal. Rachel will agree with me in this. I don't know if anyone else will. I think one reason the movement suffers is that we haven't made the new moral standards that we need. Our own members, many of them, are personally weak. The women have to have silk stockings and look like the bourgeoisie, and their idea of freedom is to adopt the bad habits of the men. If the movement really meant enough to socialists, they wouldn't have to spend money for tobacco and booze and imitation finery. "That lets me out," said old Chaim Menzies, who had already lighted his 10-cent cigar. The substance of what Bunny wanted was a labor college on a tract of land somewhere out in the country. But instead of spending his million on steel and concrete, he wanted to begin in tents and have all the buildings put up by the labor of the students and teachers. Everybody on the place was to have 4 hours manual labor and 4 of classwork daily, and they were all to wear khaki and have no fashionable society. Bunny had the idea of going out among the colleges and high schools and talking to little groups of students, and here and there seducing one away from football and fraternities to a new dedication. Also, the labor unions would be invited to select promising young men and women. It was a thing that should grow fast and take little money, because with the exception of building materials, everything could be produced on the place. They would have a farm and a school of domestic arts. In short, teach all the necessary trades and provide 4 hours honest work of some sort for all students who wanted to come. Part 6. What did they think about it? Chaim Menzies was, as always, the first to speak. Perhaps his feelings had been hurt by the reference to tobacco. Anyhow, he said it looked to him like it was another colony. You didn't change a colony by calling it a college, and a colony was the worst trap you could set for the movement. You get people to go off and live by themselves, different from the rest of the workers, and whether they are comfortable or whether they ain't, and they won't be, all the time they are thinking about something else but the class struggle out in the world. That's quite true, said Bunny, but we shan't be so far from the world, and the purpose of our training will be not the colony, but the movement outside and how to help it. The people that are going to help the movement has got to be in it every hour. You get them out 1 month, and they're no good anymore. They have got some sort of graft in, something easy. They are no longer workers. But this isn't going to be so easy, Comrade Chaim. Listen to him. He's going to get nice young college ladies and gentlemen to come and live lives. Listen to him. He is going to get nice young college ladies and gentlemen to come and live lives that will not seem easy to the workers. You might as well admit it, Bunny, put in Harry Seeger. You have a nice, polite place with all the boys and girls wearing William Morris costumes. They'll work earnestly for a while, but they'll never be efficient, and if you really have any buildings put up or any food raised, you'll have regulation hard-fisted working men to do it. I know because we're picking walnuts now. I don't want a polite place, said Bunny. I want a gymnasium where people train for the class struggle, and if we can't have discipline any other way, how about this as a part of the course? Every student is pledged to go to jail for not less than 30 days. Attaboy, cried Peter Nagel. Now you're talking. What is he going to do, break the speed laws? Inquired Chaim sarcastically. He's going into Angel City and picket in a strike, or he's going to hold socialist meetings on street corners until some cop picks him up. You don't need me to tell you how to get arrested in the class struggle, Comrade Chaim. Yes, but he might run into some judge that would not understand the college regulation and might give him 6 months. Well, that's a chance we'll have to take. The point is simply no senior student is in good social standing until he or she has been in jail for at least 30 days in a class struggle case. And the teachers? Demanded Gregor Nikolaev. Once every 3 years, or every 5 years for the teachers. And the founder? How often for the founder? Peter clamored in glee. But Dan Irving said the founder would have to wait until he had got rid of his money. They argued back and forth. Could you interest young people in the idea of self-discipline? Would your danger be in setting the standard too easy so that you wouldn't accomplish much, or in setting it too high so that you wouldn't have any students? Bunny, the young idealist, was for setting it high, and Harry Seeger said that people would volunteer more quickly to die than they would have to get along without tobacco. And he wanted to know what were they going to do about the communists. Harry was no politician anymore. He was a social revolutionist, and only waiting for the day of action. Regardless of what Socialist Party members might wish, he couldn't keep Bolshevik students out of a college, and even if they did, the ideas would bust it. Bunny answered by setting forth his ideal of the open mind. Why couldn't the students do their own educating and make their own decisions? Let the teachers give the information they were asked for, and then let the students thrash it out. Every classroom an open forum, and no loyalty except to research and freedom. They were all willing to admit that there would be no use starting a sectarian institution to advocate one set of doctrines and exclude the others. Also, it took a partisan of each doctrine to set it forth fairly. So then, here was Bunny pinning them down. Cam, would you be willing for Harry to explain his ideas to your class? Harry, would you give Cam a chance to talk? Bunny could see his own job, the arbitrator who kept these warring factions out of each other's hair. Then said Cam the skeptic, I want to know, what are you going to do about sex? Bunny admitted that this worried him. I suppose we'll have to conform to bourgeois standards. Oh, my God, cried Peter Nagel. Let the bourgeoisie begin. Jacob Menzies, the student, had just been reading a book about Ruskin, the old-time socialist colony in Tennessee. It was the sex problem which had broken up that colony, he declared, and his father chimed in, It will break up any colony that ever exists under capitalism. There's only one way you can make one man live with one woman all his life, and that is to shut them up in a house together and never let them out. But if you let them get with older couples, then right away, one man finds he wants some other woman but the right one. But then, said Dan Irving, according to bourgeois standards, they get a divorce. Sure thing, said Chaim, but not in a socialist colony. If they would do it in a colony, it would be a free love nest, and you would be on the front page of the papers, and the American Legion come and bust you in the snoot. Part 7. The upshot of the debate was that no one of them was sure the enterprise would be a success, but all the young ones were willing to pitch in and help if Bunny was determined for a try. And Bunny said that he had already been looking about for a site with good land and plenty of water, somewhere about 50 miles from Angel City. He was going to make a first payment on land as soon as he could get the cash, and meantime they would work out the details. He would give his own time for 3 years to getting the institution on its feet, and if it proved possible to develop the right discipline and morale, he would make the institution self-directing and furnish whatever money could be used effectively. They would need teachers, organizers, and business managers, so there were jobs for all. And meantime, Bunny must go back to the interviews with lawyers. to try to save as much as possible of the estate. It meant long wrangles with Bertie, for their affairs were in a snarl and getting worse every day. Vern insisted that Ross Operating must have funds to meet its current expenses and did not want him to assess the stock and force the estate to raise the money, or did they want him to buy the lease to the Ross General Track, the only asset of Ross Operating, except the claims against the insurance companies? Vern could do what he pleased because the directors of the concern were himself and his trusted young executives. He was proposing to form another concern, the Paradise Operating Company, with other trusted young executives as directors, and sell himself the lease, which had 20 years still to run, and was worth nobody could tell how many millions of dollars, for the sum of $600,000. "All right, then," said Vern, "let the estate do better." Bertie took up the challenge and exchanged long cables with her husband in Paris, and went out among her rich friends to make the embarrassing discovery that people who have $600,000 in cash do a lot of investigating before they spend it, and then want to hog the whole thing for themselves. Bertie spent much worry and hard work, and what made her most furious was that she couldn't do it for herself alone, but had to do it for the whole estate, giving the incompetent Bunny and the infamous Elise the benefit of her labors. She got a proposition, and then the officers of the infamous Elise turned up with another proposition, and Bertie declared they were bigger thieves than Vern. And then Ross Consolidated needed money, and Vern was going to assess that stock, meaning to drive the estate to the wall and plunder it for everything. Presently he made a proposition. There was the Romanian oil venture into which Dad had put $1.25 million in cash. Vern offered to purchase this back for the same amount, and the necessary papers were prepared. The heirs all had to consent to the sale, and they did so, and then the court must approve the proposal. This meant delay, and meanwhile the estate was delinquent in the assessment on the Ross Consolidated stock, and this stock was to be sold out. The money from the Romanian deal was to save it, but to the consternation of the lawyers, the court refused its consent to the deal. There were technical points involved. The court questioned the authority of Mrs. Elise Ross's lawyers and demanded her personal signature, attested in France. In short, the estate couldn't get the money in time for the sale, and it was Vernon Roscoe who bought the Ross Consolidated stock at a bargain. Oh, how Bertie raved and swore, the veritable daughter of a mule driver. Vern, the filthy swine, had put that trick over on them. Not content with having stolen Dad's papers, he had diddled them along like this and got one of his crooked judges to hold up the order so that he might grab another plum. Bertie threatened to take a gun to Vern's office and shoot him down like a dog, but what she really did was to abuse her brother, who had been such a fool as to make a mortal enemy out of the most powerful man they knew. It taught them a lesson. They would get themselves out of Vern's clutches, get rid of everything that he controlled. Dad had put nearly $1 million into a concern called Anglo-California, which was to develop the Big Mosul concession, and the lawyers of Elise got an offer for that stock, but it included time payments, and Bertie wouldn't agree to that, and the lawyers wouldn't agree to Vern's cash offer, and Bertie was in terror lest Vern would do some more hocus-pocus, organize an Anglo-California operating company, and lease the Mosel tract to it, and swipe all the profits. Amid which wrangling came a letter from Elise to Bunny. She was sure that he would not let horrid money troubles come between him and her and break their sacred bond, the memories of dear Jim. Elise had gone to consult her favorite medium immediately upon her arrival in Paris, and at the third séance Jim had manifested, and ever since then Elise had had his words taken down by a stenographer, and here was a bulky record, big as the transcript of a legal trial, and tied with blue ribbons of feminine elegance. Elise hoped that Bunny had not failed to consult a medium, and would send her whatever dear Jim had had to say in his old home. Bunny went through the record, and it gave him a strange thrill. There were pages and pages of sentimental rubbish about this happy shore and this new state of bliss, with angels' wings and the music of harps, and tell my dear ones that I am with them, but I am wiser now, and my dear Bunny must know that I understand and forgive. All stuff that might have come out of the conscious or subconscious mind of a sentimental elderly lady or a rascally medium. But then came something that made the young man catch his breath. I want my dear Bunny to know that it is really his father who speaks to him, and he will remember the man who got all the land for us, and that he had 2 gold teeth in the front of his mouth, and Bunny said that somebody would rob his grave. How in the name of all the arts of magic was a medium in Paris to know about a joke which Bunny had made to his father about Mr. Hardacre, the agent who had brought them options on ranches in Paradise, California? By golly, it was something to think about. Could it really be that Dad was not gone forever, but had just disappeared somewhere and could be got hold of again? Bunny would go for a walk to think about it, and through the streets of Angel City he would hear the voice of Eli Watkins booming over the radio. Eli's tabernacle was packed day and night with the tens of thousands who crowded to see the prophet who had been floated over the sea by angels and had brought back a feather to prove it. All California heard Eli's voice proclaiming the ancient promise, "Behold, I shew you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21, The Honeymoon of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 1 through 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1. Bunny was looking for a site for the Labor College. It was a much pleasanter job than seeking oil lands. You could give some attention to the view, the woods and the hills and other things you really cared about. Also, it wasn't such a gamble, because you could really find out about the water supply and have a chemical analysis of the soil. It meant taking long rides in the country, and since Rachel was to be one of the bosses, it was good sense for her to go along. They had time to talk, and a lot to talk about, since they were going to take charge of a bunch of young radicals, boys and girls of all ages, 24 hours a day. They had looked at a couple of places, and there was another farther from the city, and Bunny remarked, "If we go to that, we'll be late getting home." Rachel answered, "If it's too late, we can go to some hotel and finish up in the morning." Said Bunny, "That would start the gossips." But Rachel was not afraid of gossips, so she declared. They drove to the new site. It was near a village called Mount Hope in a little valley, with the plowed land running up the slopes of half a dozen hills. It was early November, and the rains had fallen, and the new grain had sprouted, and there were lovely curving surfaces that might have been the muscles of great giants lying prone, giants with skins of the softest bright green velvet. There were orchards and artesian water with a pumping plant and a little ranch house. The people had apparently gone to town so the visitors could wander about and look at everything and make a find, a regular airdrome of a barn, gorgeous with revolutionary red paint. "Oh, Bunny, here's our meeting place, all ready made. We have only to put a floor in and we can have a dance the opening night." Imagine Rachel thinking about dancing. They climbed one of the slopes, and here was a park with dark live oaks and pale green sycamores, and a carpet of new grass underfoot. The valley opened out to the west, and the sun had just gone down in a sky of flaming gold. The quail were giving their last calls, and deep down in Bunny's heart was an ache of loneliness, because quail meant Dad, and those beautiful hills of paradise and happiness he had dreamed in vain. Now it was Rachel dreaming. "Oh, Bunny, this is too lovely. It's exactly what we want. Mount Hope College. We couldn't have made up a better name." Bunny laughed. "We don't want to buy a name. We must take samples of the soil. How many acres did you say?" 640, a little over 100 in cultivation. That's more than we'll be able to take care of for quite a while. And only 68,000? That's a bargain. Rachel had learned to think on Bunny's imperial scale since she had been racing over the state in his fast car, inspecting millionaire playgrounds and real estate promoters' paradises. "The price is not bad," said Bunny, "if we're sure about the soil and water. You could see the state of the growing things before it got dark." "Maybe so. We'll come back in the morning and have a talk with the ranchman. Perhaps he's a tenant and he will tell us the truth." Not for nothing had Bunny spent his boyhood buying lands with his shrewd old father. Part 2. Twilight veiled this valley of new dreams, and across the way the hills were purple shadows. Bunny said, "There's just one thing worrying me about our plan now. I'm afraid there's going to be a scandal." "What do you mean?" "You and me being together all the time and going off and being missing at night." "Oh, Bunny, that's nonsense." "No, really, I'm worried. I told Peter Nagel we'd have to conform to bourgeoisie standards, and we're beginning wrong. My Aunt Emma is a bourgeoisie standard, and she would never approve of this, and neither would your mother. We ought to go and get married." "Oh, Bunny!" She was staring at him, but it was too dark to reveal any possible twinkle in his eyes. "Are you joking?" "Rachel," he said, "would you take that much trouble to preserve the good name of our institution?" He came a step nearer, and she stammered, "Bunny, you don't mean that." "I don't see any other way, really." "Bunny, no." "Why not?" "Because you don't want to marry a Jewess." "Good Lord! Don't misunderstand me. I'm proud of my race, but all your friends would think it was a mistake." "My friends, Rachel? Who the devil are my friends, except in the radical movement? And where would the radical movement be without the Jews?" "But, Bunny, your sister." "My sister is not my friend. Neither did she ask me to pick out her husband." Rachel stood, twisting her fingers together nervously. "Bunny, do you really? You aren't just speaking on an impulse." "Well, I suppose it is an impulse. I seem to have to blurt it out. But it's an impulse I've had a good many times." "And you won't be sorry?" He laughed. "It depends on your answer." Stop joking, please. You frighten me. I can't afford to let you make a mistake. It's dreadfully serious. But why take it that way? I can't help it. You don't know how a woman feels. I don't want you to do something out of a generous impulse, and then you'd feel bound and you wouldn't be happy. You oughtn't to marry a girl out of the sweatshops. Good God, Rachel, my father was a mule driver. Yes, but you're Anglo-Saxon. Away back somewhere your ancestors were proud of themselves. You ought to marry a tall, fair woman that will stay beautiful all her life and look right in a drawing room. Jewish women bear 2 or 3 children, and then they get fat, and you wouldn't like me. He burst out laughing. I've attended the weddings of some of those tall, fair Anglo-Saxon women, and the priest pronounces very solemnly, "Into this holy estate the 2 persons now present come now to be joined. If any man can show just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace." "Bunny," she pleaded, "I'm trying to face the facts." "Well, dear, if you must be solemn, it happens that I never loved a fair woman. The 2 I picked out to live with were dark, the same as you. It must be nature's effort to mix things. I suppose you know about V. Tracy?" "Yes." "Well, V had the looks all right, and she'll keep them. She makes a business of it. But you see, it didn't do me any good. She threw me over for a Romanian prince." "Why, Bunny?" "Because I wouldn't give up the radical movement." "Oh, how I hated that woman!" There was a note of melodrama in Rachel's usually serene voice, and Bunny was curious. "You did hate her? I could have choked her." "Because she struck you?" "No, because I knew she was trying to take you out of the movement, and I thought for sure she would. She had everything I didn't have." Bunny was thinking, by golly, it was queer. Bee had known it, and he hadn't. Oh, these women! Aloud, he said politely, "No, she didn't have quite everything." "What is there that I have, Bunny? What do I mean to you?" "I'll tell you. I'm so tired of being quarreled with, you can't have any idea. My whole life, since I began to think for myself, has been one wrangle with the people who loved me or thought they had a right to direct me. You can't imagine what a sense of peace I get when I think of being with you. It's like settling down into nice, soft cushions. I've hesitated about it because, of course, I'm not very proud of the V. Tracy episode, and I didn't know if you'd take a man second hand or third hand it really is, because there was a girl when I was in high school. I'm telling you my drawbacks. To balance, you're getting fat." "Bunny, I don't care about the other women. They will always be after you, of course. I was heartsick about Miss Tracy because I knew she was a selfish woman, and I was afraid you'd find out too late and be wrecked. At least I told myself that was it. I suppose the truth is I was just green with jealousy." "Why, Rachel, you mean that you love me?" "As if any woman could help loving you. The question is, do you love me?" "I do. Yes, truly." "But, Bunny," there was a little catch in her voice, "you don't show it." So then he realized that he had been wasting a lot of time. He had to take only one more step and put his arms about her, and there she was, sobbing on his shoulder as if her heart would break. "Oh, Bunny, Bunny, can I believe it?" So to make her believe it, he began to kiss her. She had been such a sedate and proper little lady, such a manager in the office and all that. He had been in awe of her. But now he made the discovery that she was exactly like the other women who had been in love with him. As soon as she was sure that she might let herself go, that it was not some blunder or some crazy dream, why, there she was, clinging to him in a sort of daze of happiness, half laughing, half weeping. As he kissed her, there was mingled in his emotion the memory of how brave she had been, and how loyal and how honest. Yes, it was worth while making a girl like that happy, to mingle love with those other emotions that appeared to be safe. And she was just as passionate as either Eunice or V had been, not a particle more sedate or reticent. "Oh, Bunny, I love you so, I love you so." She whispered it in the darkness, and her embraces said more than her words. "Dear Rachel," he said with a happy little laugh, "if you feel that way, let's go find a preacher or a justice of the peace." She answered, "Foolish Bunny, I want to know that you love me and that I am free to love you. What do I care about preachers or justices?" So then he caught her tighter, and their lips met in a long kiss. If she tried to voice any more doubts, he would stop the sounds. He would find a way to convince her. And what better place for their love than this mysterious grove, the scene of their future labors? Yes, they would have to buy this ranch now, regardless of soil deficiencies. It would be a haunted place. In after years, while the young people had their games and pageants in this grove, Bunny and Rachel would look on with a secret thrill. Had it not been in ancient oak groves that mystic rites had been celebrated, and pledges made, and holy powers invoked? Part 3. They found the justice of the peace next morning, and then they finished the inspection of the ranch and drove back to Angel City and made arrangements for the first payment on the purchase price, after which they had the thrills of telling all their friends about having got married, strictly in the interest of the college, of course, and to avoid scandals in the bourgeoisie press. Bunny went to see Ruth and tell her, and strange to say, this embarrassed him. Bertie and V had planted in his mind the idea that Ruth had been in love with him for the past 10 years, and now Rachel was certain of it, and these women had all proved to be right about each other every time. Also, there was a fact which he had not mentioned to Rachel. There had been a while on the way back from Paris when he was debating in his mind whether it was Rachel or Ruth he was going to invite to become his wife. He had a deep affection for Ruth, the same still, quiet feeling that she herself manifested. But the trouble was, there was Paul. Ruth was bound by steel chains to her brother, and that meant the communist movement, and so Bunny had to wrestle over that problem some more. Sooner or later you had to decide and take your place with one party or the other. Were you going to overthrow capitalism by the ballot or by direct action? This much had become clear to Bunny. The final decision rested with the capitalist class. They were getting ready for the next war, and that meant Bolshevism in all the warring nations, at the end of the war, if not at the beginning. The socialists would try to prevent this war, and if they failed, then the job would be done in Paul's way, by the Third Internationale. But meantime, Bunny was drawn to the socialist by his temperament. He could not call for violence. If there was to be any, the other side must begin it. Whatever Ruth may have thought or felt about the news of his marriage, she gave no sign but of pleasure. She had expected it, she said. Rachel was a fine girl who agreed with his ideas, and that was the main thing. Then she told him that Paul was expected back tomorrow and was to speak at a meeting. His supporters had got him into the labor temple by much diplomacy, and he would have a chance to tell the working men about what he had seen in Russia. Bunny and Rachel must come and hear him, and Bunny said they would. This was the Sunday before Election Day, the end of a long political campaign. The workers had heard no end of appeals for their votes, but here was something different, more important than any election issues. However hostile the leaders of labor might be, it was impossible for the rank and file to resist the contagion of this miracle that was happening on the other side of the world. A vast empire where the workers ruled and were making their own laws and their own culture. Paul was fresh from these scenes. His words were vivid. He brought the things before your eyes, the Red Army and the Red Schools and the Red Papers, the White Terror, and the resistance to capitalist siege on 10,000 miles of front. Oh, the fury of the capitalist press the next day. They didn't report the meeting, but they published protests about it and stormed in editorials. The La Follette Reds were bad enough, but this was an intolerable outrage. An avowed Moscow agent who had been expelled from France permitted to hold a meeting in Angel City and incite Union labor to red riot and insurrection. What was our police department for? Where were our patriotic societies and our American Legion and our other forces of law and order? Bunny called up Ruth next morning. He wanted to see Paul to talk about the proposed college. Ruth said that Paul had gone down to the harbor to see about addressing meetings of the longshoremen. These men had had a big strike while Bunny was abroad and had taken their full course in capitalist government. 600 of them had been swept up off the street for the crime of marching and singing and had been packed into tanks with all ventilation shut off to reduce them to silence. A score of the leaders had been sent to state's prison for 10 or 20 years for criminal syndicalism. So the rest ought to be ready to listen to the communist doctrine that the workers had to master the capitalist state. There was to be an entertainment that night in the IWW Hall at the harbor. There would be music and refreshments, and Paul thought it would be a good chance to get acquainted with the leaders. Bunny said that he and Rachel were going down to Beach City, and they might run over and bring Paul back with them. Part 4. Bunny had yielded to the importunities of his sister. Wouldn't he have the decency to help out the estate in at least one way? Look into those reports which Vernon Roscoe had rendered concerning the Prospect Hill field. Vern asserted that more than half the wells were off production, and Bertie suspected one more trick to rob them. Bertie wouldn't know an oil well off production from a hen coop, but Bunny would know, and wouldn't he go down there and snoop around a bit and find out what other oil men thought about the field and its prospects? Bunny took Rachel with him. She went everywhere with her new husband, of course. They had got one of the oldest of the Ipples to run the magazine office, and Rachel was just manager and editor, very high and mighty. Bunny was a one-armed driver again, and the automobile was lopsided, and Rachel was nervous when he drove fast because the gods are jealous of such rapture as hers. Rachel had never seen an oil well at close range, so Bunny took her to the Discovery Well and told her how Mr. Culver had had his eardrums destroyed trying to stop the flow with his head. He showed her the first well that Dad had drilled, and on which Bunny had helped to keep the mud flowing. That was the beginning of Dad's big wealth. He and perhaps a score of others had got rich, and to balance it, there were in Beach City many thousands of people who had their homes plastered with mortgages, representing losses from the buying of units. That was the way most of the money had been made in Prospect Hill, selling paper instead of oil. It was a fact, as Paul had cited, that more money had been put into the ground than had been taken out of it. Here had been a treasure of oil that, wisely drilled, would have lasted 30 years, but now the whole field was on the pump, and hundreds of wells producing so little that it no longer paid to pump them. 1/6 of the oil had been saved, and 5/6 had been wasted. That was your blessed competition, which they taught you to love and honor in the economics classes. Another aspect of it was those frightful statistics that of all the thousands of men who had worked there, 73 out of every 100 had been killed or seriously injured during the few years of the field's life. It was literally true that capitalist industry was a world war going on all the time, unheeded by the newspapers. Bunny did his checking up of the Ross wells. He couldn't do any snooping because some of the old hands knew him and came up to greet him. He talked with a number of men and found their reports about the same as Vern's. Then, towards evening, as he and Rachel were getting ready to leave, they came to a bungalow, dingy and forlorn, black with oil stains and gray with dust, with a storage tank in the backyard, and a derrick within 10 feet on the next lot, and on the other side a shed which had housed the engine of another derrick. Bunny stopped and read the number on the front of the bungalow, 5746 Los Robles Boulevard. "Here's where Mrs. Groaty lives, Paul's aunt. It was in that house we had the meeting about the lease, and I first heard Paul's voice through the window there." He told the story of that night, describing the characters and how they behaved. Paul said it was a little oil fight, and the World War had been a big oil fight, and they were exactly the same. While they were talking, the door opened, and there emerged a stout, red-faced woman in a dirty wrapper, and Bunny exclaimed, "There's Mrs. Groaty." Out he hopped. "Hello, Mrs. Groaty." How many years had it been since she had seen him? He had to tell her who he was, that little boy grown up and with a wife. Well, well, would you believe it? How time does fly. And so Mr. Ross was dead. Mrs. Groaty's husband had read the sad news out of the paper. She knew that he had got to be very rich, so she was thrilled by this visit and invited them in, but all in a flutter because her house wasn't in order. They went in because Bunny wanted Rachel to see that staircase and to have a laugh on her afterwards because she wouldn't notice anything, but would think the staircase led to a second story in a one-story bungalow. There was the room. Not a thing changed except that it seemed to have shrunk in size and the shine was all gone. There was the window where Bunny had stood while he listened to Paul's whispered voice, and by golly, there was The Lady's Guide, a practical handbook of gentility, still on the center table, faded and fly-specked gold and blue. Alongside was a stack of what appeared to be legal papers, a pile at least 8 inches high and fastened with ribbons and a seal. Mrs. Groaty caught his glance at it, or perhaps it was just that she was longing for someone to tell her troubles to. "That's the papers about our lot," she said. "I just took them away from the lawyer. He takes our money, and he don't do nothing." So then she was started, and Rachel continued her education in oil history. The Groatys had entered a community agreement and then withdrawn from it and entered a smaller one. Then they had leased to Slipper and Wilkins and had been sold by those leasehounds to a syndicate, and this syndicate had been plundered and thrown into bankruptcy, after which the lease had been bought by a man whom Mrs. Groaty described as the worst skunk of them all, and he had gone and got a lot of claims and liens against the property, and, actually, people were trying to take some money away from the Groetes now, though they had never got 1 cent out of the well. And look at the way they had had to live all these years. Here was the record of these transactions. Community agreements and leases and quit-claim deeds and notices of release and notices of cancellation of lease and mortgages and sales of percents and mechanics liens and tax receipts and notices of expiration of agreement. Not less than 400 pages of typewritten material, something like 1.5 million of words, mostly legal jargon. The undersigned hereby agrees, and in consideration of the premises herein set forth, and in view of the failure of the party of the first part to carry out the said operations of the aforesaid date, and so on. It made you dizzy just to turn the pages. And all this to settle the ownership of what was expected to be 10,000 barrels of oil and had turned out to be less than 1,000. Here you saw where the money had gone. Pale typists shut up in offices all day transcribing copies of this verbiage, and pale clerks checking and rechecking them, or looking them up, or recording them. There were men up in Angel City who had become mighty magnates by employing thousands of men and women slaves to transcribe and check and recheck and look up and record literally millions of documents like these. Part 5. Bunny and Rachel had dinner and then strolled on the waterfront. It was one of those warm nights that come now and then in Southern California. There was a moon on the sea, and a long pier with gleaming lights and the sound of an orchestra drawing the lovers. At the entrance to the pier was a big bare hall, owned by the city, where a very proper dancing was chaperoned by a religious city government. Bunny and his bride danced. Oh, surely it was all right to dance a little bit in this well-chaperoned place on what ought to have been their honeymoon. But in between the dances, while the orchestra was still, something shook the hall, a dull, somber blow like distant thunder, making the windows rattle and jarring their feet. "What's that?" exclaimed Rachel. "An earthquake?" "The guns," answered Bunny. "Guns?" And he had to explain the fleet was practicing. There were a score or so of battleships stationed in the harbor, facing some unnamed enemy, and now they were at night target practice. You heard them now and then, day and night, if you lived near the coast. So Rachel couldn't dance any more then. Each time she heard that dull boom, she saw the bodies of young men blown into fragments. The capitalists were getting ready for their next war. What business had the socialists to be dancing? They drove along the boulevard which follows the harbor front. It is 15 or 20 miles, and there are towns and docks and bridges and railroad tracks and factories, and inland the subdivisions for the homes of working people. It is one of the world's great ports in the swift-making, and those who have charge of the job, the masters of credit, see rearing before them that monstrous spectre known as direct action or criminal syndicalism. The industrial workers of the world had a headquarters where they met to discuss this program, and the masters made incessant war upon them. The address which Ruth had given to Bunny was an obscure street in a working-class quarter. There was a fair-sized hall, with lights in the windows, and the sound of a piano and a child's voice singing. Among the cars parked along the curb, Bunny found a vacant space and backed into it, and was just about to step from his car when Rachel caught him by the arm. "Wait!" There came rushing down the street a squadron of motor cars, two abreast and blocking the way entirely, and from them leaked a crowd of some 50 men, carrying weapons of various sorts, clubs, hatchets, pieces of iron pipe. They made a rush for the entrance, and a moment later the music ceased and there came the sound of shrieks and the crash of glass and battering of heavy blows. "They're raiding them!" cried Bunny, and would have run to the scene, but Rachel's arms were flung about him, pinning him to his seat. "No, no, sit still. What can you do?" "My God, we must do something. You're not armed, and you can't stop a mob. You can only get killed. Keep still." The sounds from within had risen to a bedlam. The hall must have been crowded, and everyone inside yelling at the top of his lungs, and that horrible drumming of blows. You couldn't tell whether they were falling on furniture or on human bodies. Bunny was almost beside himself, struggling to get loose, and Rachel fighting like a mad thing. He had never dreamed that she had such strength. "No, Bunny, no, for God's sake, for my sake. Oh, please, please." She knew in those dreadful minutes the terror that was to haunt the rest of her life, that some day in this hideous class war there would come the moment when it was her husband's duty to get himself killed. But not yet, not yet, not on their honeymoon. It was like the passing of a tornado that is gone before you have time to realize it. The attacking party emerged from the hall as quickly as they had entered. They were dragging half a dozen prisoners, and threw these into the cars of which the engines were still going. Then down the street they went roaring, and silence fell. It was permissible for Bunny to get out now and run into the hall, with Rachel at his heels. He had one thought, the same as on that night when he had run over Mrs. Gorty's place, crying, "Paul, Paul!" They were certain to have taken Paul away on that lynching party, and how could Bunny save him? The first thing he saw in the doorway was a man with a great gash across his forehead, and the blood streaming all over him. He was staggering about because he couldn't see, and crying, "The sons of bitches! The sons of bitches!" Near him was another man whose hand had been slashed across, and a woman was tearing her skirt to make a bandage. A little girl lay on the floor, screaming in agony, and someone was pulling off her stockings, and the raw flesh was coming with them. "They threw her into the coffee," said a voice in Bunny's ear. "Jesus Christ! They threw the kids into the boiling coffee." Everywhere confusion, women in hysterics or sunk upon the floor sobbing. There was not a stick of furniture in the place that had not been wrecked. The chairs had been split with hatchets, the piano had been gutted, its entrails lay tangled on the floor. Tables were overset, and dishes and crockery trampled, and the metal urn or container in which the coffee had been boiling had been overset, and its steaming contents running here and there. But first they had hurled 3 children into it, one after another, as their frantic parents dragged them out. The flesh had been cooked off their legs, and they would be crippled for life. One was the 10-year-old girl known as the Wobbly Songbird. She had a sweet treble and sang sentimental ballads and rebel songs, and the mob leader had jerked her from the platform, saying, "We'll shut your damned mouth." What was the meaning of this raid? According to the newspapers, it was the patriotic indignation of sailors from the fleet. There had been an explosion on one of the battleships, and several men had been killed, and the newspapers had printed a story that one of the Wobblies had been heard to laugh with satisfaction. It is an ancient device of the master press. In old Russia, the Black Hundreds were incited by tales of ritual murders committed by the Jews, Christian babies killed for sacrifice. In Britain now, the government was forging letters attributed to the Soviet leaders and using them to carry an election. In America, the deportation's delirium had been sanctified by a great collection of forged documents, officially endorsed. It was a spontaneous mob, said these law and order newspapers, but this fact was noted. On all other occasions there had been policemen at these wobbly meetings to take note of criminal utterances, but this night there had been no policeman on hand, nor were there any afterwards. Bunny and the other Reds might besiege the police department and the city government and offer the names of the principal mob leaders, but there would be no step taken to punish anyone for this murderous raid. Part 6. Bunny didn't expect to find Paul, but there he lay, flat on his back, with several people bending over him. His left eye was a mass of blood, and seemed as if destroyed by a blow. He lay limp and motionless, and when Bunny called his name he did not answer. But he was alive, gasping with a kind of snoring sound. A doctor! A doctor! There were several in the neighborhood, and people rushed away to look for them. From the days of Bunny's residence in Beach City, he knew the name of a surgeon and hurried to a phone, and was so fortunate as to find the surgeon at home. Bunny told what had happened, and the other said that he would come at once. In the case of injury to skull or other bones, X-ray pictures would be needed, so he gave the name of the doctors who did such work, and Bunny did more telephoning and arranged for one of these to be at his laboratory and await developments. Also, he ordered an ambulance from a hospital. Then back to the hall, where Paul lay in the same condition. Rachel had laid a clean handkerchief over the battered eye and put a pillow under his head. The other victims had been carried away, and the door of the wrecked hall shut against the curious crowd. The surgeon came and said it was concussion of the brain. There was evidence of a heavy blow at the base of the skull. Either Paul had been struck in the eye or had hit the back of his head in falling, or else he had been knocked down by a blow from behind, and later struck or trampled over the eye. The first thing was a picture, so the unconscious body was taken to the X-ray laboratory and pictures were made, and the surgeon showed Bunny and Rachel the line of a fracture at the base of the skull running to the front above the oral cavity. There was nothing to be done. It was impossible to operate in such a place. It was a question of how the brain had been affected, and as to that only time could tell. They must keep the patient quiet. There was a private hospital in the town, so before long Paul was lying on a bed with a bandage over his eye and his head in a sling to avoid pressure on the injured place. And Bunny and Rachel were sitting by the bedside, gazing mournfully. Womanlike, Rachel was reading his thoughts. Dear heart, are you going to blame yourself all your life because you didn't rush in and get your skull broken too? No, he couldn't have prevented the harm, he knew it. But oh, why did it have to be Paul's brain, the best brain that Bunny had ever known? He sat with a horrified, brooding stare. But there was another ordeal to be faced. Rachel reminded him, "We've got to tell Ruth." She offered to attend to it, to spare his feelings. She got her brother Jacob on the phone. He had just got home from a committee meeting, and now he must call a taxi and drive to Ruth's home and bring her to the harbor. 2 hours later, Ruth came running up the stairs, her face like a mask of fright. How is he? How is he?" When she entered the room and saw Paul, she stopped. "Oh, what is it?" And when they told her, "Is he going to live?" she drew nearer, never taking her eyes off his face. Her hands would stretch out to him and then draw back because she might not touch him. They would go out again as if they had a will of their own. Suddenly her knees gave way, and she sank to the floor and covered her face with her hands, sobbing, sobbing. They tried to comfort her, but she hardly knew they were there. She was alone in a dreadful corridor of grief. Bunny, watching her, felt hot tears stealing down his cheeks. It wasn't natural for a girl to feel that way about her brother, Bee had said. But Bunny knew how it was. Ruth was back in those childhood days on the lonely hills of Paradise, when Paul had been her only friend, a refuge from a family of fanatics, with a father who beat her to make her think like him. Back there she had known that Paul was a great man and had followed him all these years. She had watched his mind unfolding and learned everything she knew from it, and now to see it destroyed by a brute with a piece of iron pipe. Part 7. It was long after midnight, and Rachel sought to draw Bunny away. There was nothing more they could do, either for Paul or his sister. There was a small hotel a few doors away. They would get a room there and rest, and the hospital nurse would notify them if there was any change. And Bunny yielded. He must not be unfair to Rachel. He knew there was something unnatural about his own devotion to Paul, the subjection of his mind to everything that Paul thought, the exactness of his memory of everything Paul had said. Yes, Bertie had told him that, and then Vee, and now Rachel. He could not sleep, so lying abed in a hotel room, he explained it to her. How Paul had come when Bunny was groping for something different and better in his life. Paul had given him an ideal, something stern and hard, self-sufficiency, independence of judgment, determination to face life and understand it, and not be drawn away in pursuit of money or pleasure. Bunny had not been able to follow that ideal. No, he had lived in luxury and gone chasing after women, but he had had the vision, the longing to be like Paul. And then, at each new crisis in his life, Paul would come along, a sort of standard by which Bunny could measure himself in what he was doing and realize how little success he was having. Paul had taught him about the workers and how they felt. Paul had been the incarnation of the new awakening working class. Paul's mind had been a searchlight, illuminating the world's situation, showing Bunny what he needed to know. Now the light was out, and Bunny would have to see by his own feeble lantern. "Dear, he may get well," Rachel whispered, but Bunny moaned, "No, no, he was going to die." Like a jagged flash of lightning before his mind was that X-ray picture of the crack at the base of Paul's skull. The light was out, at least from this world. A brute with a piece of iron pipe had extinguished it. Rachel put her arms about him and sought to beguile him with caresses. And she succeeded, of course. He could not refuse her love. So presently he slept a little. But Rachel did not sleep. She lay holding him in her arms because he would jump and start in his sleep. His limbs would quiver, just the way she felt when the great guns went off. What was Bunny doing? Fighting those brutes with their clubs and hatchets and iron pipe? Or back in the old days when he had hovered over Paul and Ruth, watching events that wrung his soul, watching Dad deprive the family of their land, watching the oil operators crush the first strike, watching the government tear Paul away and make him into a strikebreaker for Wall Street bankers, watching Vernon Roscoe throw Paul into prison, watching capitalism with its worldwide system of terror drive Paul here and there, harry him, malign him, threaten him, until at last it hired the brute with the iron pipe. End of Part 7. Chapter 21 of Oil by Upton Sinclair, Parts 8 through 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 8. Morning came, and they went back to the hospital room. Nothing was changed. Paul still lay breathing hoarsely, and Ruth sat in a chair by the bedside, her eyes fixed upon him, her hands clasped tightly. She was whiter, that was all, and her lips were quivering, never still. The hospital nurse begged her to lie down and rest, but she shook her head no. She was used to watching the sick. She was a nurse, too. The other answered that all nurses slept when they could. But no, please. Ruth wanted to stay right here. The surgeon came again. There was nothing he could do. Time would have to tell. Bunny took him aside and asked what were the chances. Impossible to say. If Paul were going to get well, he would return to consciousness. If he were going to die, there might be a meningitis or perhaps a blood clot on the brain. Rachel said the family ought to be notified, so Bunny sent a telegram to Abel Watkins at Paradise, telling him to engage an auto and bring the family at Bunny's expense. He debated whether it was his duty to telegraph Eli, and decided not to. Old Mr. Watkins might do it, but Bunny would be guided by what Paul would have wished. Then he got the morning papers and read their exultant account of the night's events. The Reds had been taught a much-needed lesson, and law and order were safe at the harbor. It was the morning of Election Day, the culmination of a campaign that had been like a long nightmare to Bunny. Senator La Follette had been running, with the backing of the Socialists, and the great issue had been the oil steals, the indicted exposers of the crime against the criminals in power. At first the exposers had really made some headway. The people seemed to care. But the enemy was only waiting for the time to strike. In the last 3 weeks of the campaign he turned loose his reserves, and it was like a vast cloud of hornets, the sky black with a swarm of stinging, burning, poisoning lies. It was the money of Vernon Roscoe and the oil men, of course, plus the money of the bankers and the power interest and the great protected manufacturers, all those who had something to gain by the purchase of government or something to lose by failure to purchase. Another $50 million campaign, and in every village and hamlet, in every precinct of every city and town, there was a committee for the distribution of terror. The great central factories where it was manufactured were in Washington and New York, and the product was shipped out wholesale all over the land and circulated by every agency, newspapers and leaflets, mass meetings, parades, bands, red fire and torchlights, the radio and the moving picture screen. If La Follette, the Red Destroyer, were elected, business would be smashed. The workers would be jobless. Therefore vote for that strong, silent statesman, that great, wise, noble-minded friend of the plain people known as Cautious Cal. And now, while Paul Watkins lay gasping out of life, There was a snowstorm of ballots falling over the land, nearly 1,000 every second. The will of the plain people was being made known. Part 9. It was a day like midsummer, and the windows of the hospital room were open. Next door, some 20 feet away, was an apartment house, and in the room directly across this space, by the open window, was one of the 200,000 radio sets which are in use in the state of California. The occupant of the apartment was one of those 200,000 housewives who were accustomed to perform their domestic duties to the tune of Jesus, Lover of My Soul, or else of Flaming Mamie, Surefile Vamp. There were a dozen broadcasting stations within range, and some are always going, and you can take your choice. This housewife had Catholic tastes, and the watchers at Paul's bedside were beguiled by snatches from the Aloha Hawaiian Quartet and the organ recital of the First Methodist Church and the Piggly Wiggly Girls Orchestra, and Radio QXJ reporting that a large vote was being cast in the East, and Radio VZW offering second-hand automobiles for sale, and an unidentified orator exhorting all citizens to hurry to the polls, and Miss Elvira Smithers, coloratura soprano, singing, "Ah, love you, my honey, yes, I do." There came telephone calls from the Workers' Party and from the Wobblies at the harbor, and newspaper reporters who politely listened to Bunny's indignation at the raid and made a few notes but published nothing, of course. The newspapers of Angel City have a policy which any child can understand. They never print news which injures or offends any business interest. A telephone call from Paradise. Millie Watkins, now Mrs. Andy Bugner, calling. Her father and mother, with Sadie, had gone to attend a revival meeting. Millie didn't know just where it was, but would try to locate them. How was Paul? And when Bunny told her, she asked had they summoned Eli. Whether they believed in him or not, it was a fact that Eli was a great healer. He had cured all sorts of people and surely should have a chance with his own brother. So Bunny sent a telegram to Eli at the tabernacle, telling him of Paul's condition, and 2 hours later a large and expensive limousine stopped at the hospital door. Eli Watkins, prophet of the third revelation, wore a cream-white flannel suit which made his tall figure conspicuous. He had adopted a pontifical air in these days of glory and power. He did not shake hands with me, but fixed you with a pair of large, prominent, bright blue eyes and said, "The blessings of the Lord upon you." And when he was in the presence of his brother, he stood gazing, but asking no questions. He was not interested in X-ray pictures of skulls. The Lord knew all that was needed. Finally, he said, "I wish to be alone with my brother." There was no evident reason for denying that request, so Bunny and Rachel and Ruth went out. It didn't make any difference to Ruth where she was. There was nothing to do but stare in front of her with that terrible quivering of her lips that wrung your heartstrings, a picture of dreadful grief. The doctor of the hospital begged her to drink a little milk, and the nurse brought a glass, and Ruth tasted, but she could not swallow it. There came a rush of tears to her eyes. You couldn't talk to her or do anything with her at all. Eli went away without saying a word, the ways of the Lord being not always understandable by common mortals. There was no apparent change in Paul's condition. Ruth went back to her vigil, but now the doctor gave an order. She must take a sleeping powder and lie down. He would not permit her to kill herself in his establishment. being trained to take orders of doctors, Ruth was led away, and Bunny and Rachel kept the vigil. Part 10. Night fell. The householder who occupied the apartment opposite their window came home and had his supper, and now, comfortable in his shirt sleeves with pipe in mouth, he sat in a deep wicker chair in front of his radio set and proceeded to explore the circumambient ether. So the watchers by Paul's bedside got the news of the election without leaving their posts. Owing to difference in time, California gets returns from the East before it gets its own. But it was all the same this Tuesday evening, East and West. The $50 million campaign fund had done its work, and wherever you listened, you learned that more voters had cast their ballots for the strong, silent statesman than for all his opponents put together. And since that was the thing ardently desired by the broadcasting stations, and the great newspapers and churches and temples and tabernacles which owned them, there was a tone of jocularity in the announcements, and after you had learned that Massachusetts was going 3-1 for her favorite son, you would hear the 6 jolly jazz boys proclaiming, "Got a hot little gal in a railroad town," or perhaps the Chicago Comet chuckling, "My cutie's due at 2 to 2. It made a cheerful atmosphere to die in, but unfortunately Paul wasn't hearing it. The tabernacle of the third revelation on the air. Eli followers were not concerned with elections, being soon to wing their way to celestial regions, which are conducted upon the monarchical principle. They opened with an organ recital, and the homeowner didn't care for that, but preferred Radio VKZ, program sponsored by the Snow Baby Soap Company, introducing the first appearance in Angel City of the Pretty Pet Trio, singing their latest popular melody hit, My Little Jazz Baby, Raspbaby Coon. But later the householder tried the tabernacle again, and there was the bellowing voice of Eli that all California householders love. So Bunny and Rachel learned what had been the meaning of Eli's visit. Brethren, the Lord has vouchsafed a wonderful proof of his mercy to me. Glorious tidings he gives to the world tonight. I have an older brother, the helpmate of my boyhood, Paul by name, and he is brought up in the fear of the Lord. The voice of the Most Highest was familiar to him on the lonely hills where we tended our father's flocks together. Shepherd boys we were, sitting under the stars, awaiting the sign of the Lord's mercy and praying for the lost ones of this world to be saved from the devices of the great tempter. Brethren, this brother grew up and he strayed from the faith of his childhood. He fell into evil company and became a scoffer at the Lord's word. The love of our Savior Jesus Christ is no longer in his heart, but hatred and strife and jealousy of those to whom the Lord has revealed his truth. And, brethren, the ruin which this misguided brother sought to bring upon others has fallen upon his own head, and tonight he lies dying, struck down by the evil passions which he himself incited. It was my painful task to go to his bedside and see him lying in a stupor. But, oh, my friends, who can foresee the wisdom of the Lord? Who can understand his ways? It was his will to answer my prayers and permit my lost brother to open his eyes and hear the voice of the Lord speaking by my lips, and to answer and confess his transgressions and repent and be healed and washed in the blood of the Lamb. Glory! Hallelujah! Glory! Though thy sins be as scarlet, they shall become as white as snow. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Brethren, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. I say unto you that likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, more than over 99 just persons, which need no repentance. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! All through this discourse you were aware of the murmur and stir of a great crowd. They would break into ejaculations at every pause in the prophet's words, and now at the end they drowned him out with a chorus of rejoicing, "Glory, glory, hallelujah!" And in the doorway of the hospital room stood Ruth Watkins, having awakened from her sleep. She was staring at Bunny with horrified eyes and whispering, "Oh, what a lie!" Yes, Bunny suspected that it was a lie, but he could not prove it. And even if he could, what then? The radio is a one-sided institution. You can listen, but you cannot answer back. In that lies its enormous usefulness to the capitalist system. The householder sits at home and takes what is handed to him, like an infant being fed through a tube. It is the basis upon which to build the greatest slave empire in history. Part 11. The householder shifted his dial. The returns from California were beginning to come in. Radio VXZ, the Angel City Evening Howler, Angel City, California. The announcer had a soft, caressing voice worth $1,000 a month to him. It had a little chuckle which caused the children to adore him, who went by the name of Uncle Peter and told them bedtime stories. Now he was applying his humor to the returns. Rosario, California. Hello. The hometown of Bob Buckman, secretary to the Chamber of Commerce. Let's see what Bob's been doing. Rosario, 37 precincts out of 52 give La Follette 117, Davis 86, Coolidge 549. Well, if Bob Buckman is listening in on VXZ, congratulations from Uncle Peter. You're a great little booster, Bob. And then, startling the watchers by the bedside, Paradise, California. Now, what do you think of that? The location of the Ross Jr. oil field, owned by Bunny Ross, our parlor Bolshevik. Bunny's the boy that bails out the political prisoners, as he calls them. He publishes a little paper to dye our college boys and girls pink. Let's see what little Bunny's town has to say to him. Paradise, California, 14 precincts out of 29 give La Follette 217, Davis 98, Coolidge 693. Well, Bunny, you've got some more boring from within to do. The householder shifted again. Radio QXJ, the Angel City Evening Roarer, banjo solo by Bella Blue, the Witch of Wichita. Pluckety, 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 pluck, 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 pluck. Paul's lips were beginning to move. There was a trace of sound, and Ruth bent close to him. "He's coming back to life. Oh, call the doctor." The hospital doctor came and listened and felt Paul's pulse, but shook his head. It was merely a question of what areas of the brain were affected. The speech areas might be uninjured. The sounds were incoherent, and the doctor said Paul didn't know what he was saying. He might stay that way for days, even for a week or two. But Ruth continued to listen and try to catch a word. Paul might be there somehow, trying to speak to her, to convey some request. She whispered in an agony of longing, "Paul, Paul, are you trying to talk to me?" The sounds grew louder, and Rachel said, "It's a foreign language." Bunny said, "It must be Russian," the only foreign language Paul knew. It was strange, like a corpse talking or a wax doll. The sound seemed to come from deep in his throat. "Da fazuvet revolution," over and over. And Bunny said, "That must mean revolution." And then, Vasavalas Avyatam. That must have something to do with the Soviets. For an hour that went on until suddenly Ruth exclaimed, "Bunny, we ought to find out what he's saying. Oh, surely we ought to. Just think if he's asking for help." Rachel tried to argue with her. It was just a delirium. But Ruth became more excited. She didn't want Rachel to interfere. Rachel had saved her man, and what did she know about suffering? "I want to know what Paul's saying. Can't we find somebody that knows Russian?" So Bunny got Gregor Nikoliev on the phone and asked him to jump on a car and come down here. When Bunny returned to the room, Paul was talking louder than ever, but still moving only his lips. The Angel Jazz Choir was shouting, honey, baby, kiss me in the neck." And Paul was saying again and again, "Ne trujastija daniet." "Oh, Bunny," pleaded Ruth, "we ought to write down what he says. He might stop and never speak again." Bunny understood. Ruth had been brought up to believe in revelations, in words of awful import spoken on special occasions, in strange languages or other unusual ways. The doctors might call it delirium, but how could they be sure? Things that were hidden from the wise were revealed to babes and sucklings. So Bunny got out his notebook and fountain pen and wrote down what Paul's words sounded like as near as he could guess. "Liuba, Mira, Obadi." When Gregor came in an hour or so later, he was able to say this meant bread, peace, freedom, the slogan of the Bolsheviks when they took possession of Russia, and Deus Positia. That was a war cry of the Red Army, commanding the enemy to give up the position. The other things Paul had been saying were phrases of the Revolution that he had heard first in Siberia and then in Moscow. No, Paul was not trying to talk to his sister. He was telling the young workers of America what the young workers of Russia were doing. Part 12. Radio VXC, the Angel City Evening Howler, Wininsky's Orchestra in the main dining room of the Admiralty Hotel, broadcasting by remote control. And then presently, Radio QXJ, the Evening Roarer, giving election returns, big figures now. Republican campaign headquarters in New York, in a bulletin issued at 1 a.m., estimates that Calvin Coolidge has carried Massachusetts by 400,000 plurality. Hurrah for the Old Bay State. And New York by 900,000. 3 cheers for the Empire State. Ray, ray, ray. And Illinois by, wait a minute there, somebody's knocked my glasses off. They're pulling the rough stuff in this studio. Behave yourself, girls. Don't you know the world's listening in on QXJ tonight? Illinois by 900,000. Whoopee! That noise you hear is the Chicago Comet yelping for his home state. It's time we heard the Chicago Comet again. Sing us a hot one, Teddy. That little warble about the streetcar coming along. You know what I mean. A broad, jolly Negro voice answered. Yes, sir, I knows. Yes, sir. Here I goes. Pluckety-pluck. I had someone before I had you, and I'll have someone after you're gone. A streetcar or a streetheart don't matter to me. There'll be another one coming along. 6 or 7 years ago, the people of the United States, in their sovereign wisdom, had passed a law forbidding the sale of alcoholic liquor for beverage purposes. But the advocates of law and order reserve to themselves the privilege of deciding which laws they will obey, and the Prohibition Act is not among them. All ruling class America celebrates its political victories by getting drunk. Bunny knew how it was, having got drunk himself 4 years ago when President Harding had been elected. He could smile appreciatively when the announcer of QXJ tripped over his syllables. "That's not polite now, Polly. Quit your shoving this microphone." The householder next door was a working man, or clerk, or such humble being, denied the royal privilege of breaking the law at $10 a quart for gin and 30 for champagne. But he could sit here till after midnight and turn from one studio to another and enjoy a series of vicarious jags. Radio VXZ, the main dining room of the Admiralty Hotel. A chanteuse from the Grand Guignol in Paris was singing a ballad, and you could hear the laughter of those who understood the obscenity, and those who pretended to understand it, and those who were too drunk to understand anything but how to laugh. Bunny was there in his mind, because it was in this dining room that he had been drunk, and Dad had been drunk, and B. Tracy and Annabel Ames and Vernon Roscoe and Harvey Manning sound asleep in his chair, and Tommy Paley trying to climb onto the table and having to be kept from fighting the waiters. There were 300 tables in that hall, all reserved a month in advance, and all with occupants in the same condition. The tables stacked with hip-pocket flasks and bottles strewn with the ashes of cigarettes, the stains of spilled foods, flowers and confetti, and little rolls of tissue paper tape, thrown from one table to another, covering the room with a spider's web of bright colors, toy balloons tossing here and there, music, a riot of singing and shouting, and men sprawling over half-naked women, old and young, flappers and mothers and grandmothers of flappers. There would be election returns read, more of those triumphant, glorious majorities for the strong, silent statesman, and a magnate who knew that this victory meant several $1,000,000 off his income taxes, or an oil concession in Mesopotamia, or Venezuela, won by American bribes and held by American battleships. Such a man would let out a whoop and get up in the middle of the floor and show how he used to dance the double shuffle when he was a farm hand. And then he would fall into the lap of his mistress with $1,000,000 worth of diamonds on her naked flesh, and the singer from a famous haunt of the sexual perverts of Berlin would perform the latest jazz success, and the oil magnate and his mistress would warble the chorus, "What do? A toodle-doody-doo, a toodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doo." Part 13. Paul moved one hand, and again Ruth cried in excitement. He was coming back to life. But the nurse said that meant nothing. The doctor said he might move. They must not let him move his head. She took his temperature, but told him nothing. Paul's hands were straying over the sheet that covered him, aimlessly here and there as if he were picking at insects on the bed. His voice rose louder, Russian, always Russian, and Gregor would tell what the words meant. They were in the Red Square and saw the armies marching and heard the working masses shouting their slogans. They were on the playing fields with the young workers. They were in Siberia with Mandel playing the balalaika and having his eyes eaten out by ants. Da drabas jubet revolutiaya. That meant long live revolution. Vajavalas Sovietam, all power to the Soviets. And from there they would be swept to the ballroom of the Emperor Hotel, Angel City, Radio RWKY, the Angel City Patriot Broadcasting by direct control. Or was it to the heart of the Congo, where the naked savages danced to the music of the tom-tom, their black bodies smeared with palm oil, shining in the light of blazing fires? For 100 centuries these savages had paddled the river, and never to the mind of one of them had come the thought of an engine. They had stood on the shores of mighty lakes and never dreamed a sail. The weight of nature's blind fecundity rested upon them, stifling their minds. And now capitalist civilization, rushing to destruction with the speed of its fastest battle planes, cast about to find a form of expression for its irresistible will to degeneracy, and chose the tom-tom of the Congo for its music and the belly dances of the Congo for its exercise, and so here in America, land of jazz. A voice from a megaphone, raucous, shrill, and mocking. "That's where my money goes, lipsticks and powder puffs and such a things like that." And Bunny was in that great Emperor ballroom where he had danced so many a night, first with Eunice Holt and then with V. Tracy. All his friends would be there tonight, Vern and Annabelle and Fred Orphan and Thelma Norman and Mrs. Pete O'Reilly and Mark Eisenberg. The cream of the plutocracy, celebrating their greatest triumph to date. There would be American flags and streamers on the walls, and some would wave little flags, a great patriotic occasion, nothing like it since the armistice. Ray for Coolidge, keep cool with Cal. The room would be crowded to suffocation, and by this hour 9/10 of the dancers would be staggering. Large, wasted financiers with crumpled shirt fronts, hugging stout wives or slender mistresses with naked backs and half-naked bosoms hung with diamonds and pearls, red paint plastered on their lips and platinum bangles in their ears, shuffling round and round to the thump of the tom-tom, the wail of the saxophone, the rattle and clatter of sticks, the banging of bells and snarl of stopped trumpets. "She does the camel walk," shrilled the singer, and the hip and buttock muscles of the large waisted financier would be alternately contracted and relaxed, and his feet dragged about the floor in the incoordinate reactions of the locomotor ataxia and spastic paraplegia. Part 14. Paul had begun to thrash his arms about. It was necessary to hold him, and when they tried it, he began to fight back. Did he think the strike guards at Paradise had seized him, or was it the jailers at San Lido, or the Federal Secret Service agents, or the French gendarmes, or the sailors of the fleet, or the thugs with hatchets and iron pipes? He fought with maniacal fury, and there was Bunny, holding down one arm and Gregor the other, with Ruth and Rachel each clinging to one foot, while the nurse came running with a straitjacket. So, with much labor, they tied him fast. He would make terrific efforts, his face would turn purple, and the cords would stand out in his neck. But the system had got him. He could not escape. Meantime, through the open window, Radio VXZ, the main dining room of the Admiralty Hotel, a blended sound of many hundreds of people, shouting, singing, cheering, now and then smashing a plate or pounding on the table. Someone was making a speech to the assembly, but he was so drunk he could hardly talk, and they were so drunk they could not have understood anyhow. One got snatches. "Glorious victory! Greatest country! Sun institution! Greatest man ever in White House! Cautious Cal! Pray for Coolidge!" A storm of cheers, yells, laughter, and the voice of the announcer, drunk also. "Baby Bell! Hottest little babe! Sing us, hot one! Right off griddle! Go to it, baby! I'll hold you!" Yes, the announcer was drunk. The very radio was drunk. The instruments would not send the wavelengths true. The ether would not carry them straight. They wavered and wiggled. The laws of the physical universe had gone staggering. God was drunk on his throne, so pleased by the election of the greatest man ever in White House. Bunny, dazed with exhaustion, saw the scene through a blur of sound and motion, the shining mouths of trumpets, the waving of flags, the flashing of electric signs, the cavorting of satyrs, the prancing of savages, the jiggling of financiers and their mistresses simulating copulation. Baby Belle was unsteady before the microphone. He lost parts of her song at each stagger. But snatches came portraying the nymphomania of Flaming Mamie, Surefile Vamp, Hottie's Baby in the Town, Some Scorcher, Love's Torture, Gal that Burns 'em Down. Oh, God, cried Ruth. He's trying to speak to me. And so for an instant it seemed. Paul's one eye had come open, wild and frightful. He lifted his head. He made a choking noise. "Comes to lovin', she's an oven," shrilled the radio voice. "Paul, what is it?" shrieked Ruth. "Ain't it funny? Paper money burns right in her hand." Paul sank back. He gave up, and Ruth, her two hands clasped as if praying for him, seemed to follow with her soul into that faraway place where he was going. "Flamin' Mamie, workin' in a mine, ate a box of matches at the age of 9. "He's dead, he's dead." Ruth put her hand over Paul's heart, and then started up with a scream. "Flamin' Mamie, Surefire Vamp," reiterated the chorus. "Hottest baby in the town." And Ruth rushed to the window and threw herself, no, not out, because Bunny had been too quick for her. The others helped to hold her, and the nurse came running with a hypodermic needle, and in a few minutes she was lying on a cot at the side of the room, looking as dead as her brother. And the householder turned to radio RWKY, the Angel City Patriot broadcasting from its own studio. "Latest bulletin from New York. The Republican Central Committee claims that Calvin Coolidge will have the greatest plurality ever cast in American history, close to 18 million votes. Good night, friends of Radioland." Part 15. The Communists wanted to have a red funeral, to make a piece of propaganda out of Paul's death. But Eli interposed his majestic authority. Since Paul had repented his evil ways and come back to Jesus, he should be buried according to the rites of the third revelation. So 3 days later, a little pageant wound its way to the top of one of the hills of Paradise. There was a crowd on hand, and a truck with the necessary radio apparatus. Never were any of the precious words of Eli lost nowadays. The 200,000 radio housewives of California had been notified by the newspapers, and 190,000 of them had put off their marketing to hear this romantic funeral service. Bunny and Rachel and a handful of the Reds stood to one side, knowing they were not welcome. Ruth stood near the grave with the weeping family, having on each side of her a sturdy oil worker. Her two brothers-in-law, Andy Bugner and Jerry Black, because she had been violent on occasion and no one knew what she might do. She was white and fearful in looks, but seemed not to realize the meaning of the big hole dug in the ground, or of the long black box covered with flowers. While Eli was preaching his furtive service about the prodigal son who returned, and about the strayed lamb which was found, Ruth stood gazing at the white clouds moving slowly behind the distant hilltops. She would make them no more trouble. All she wanted was to wander over these hills and call now and then for the sheep which were no longer there. Sometimes she called Paul, and sometimes she called Bunny, and so they let her wander, until one day she went calling Joe Gunter. The oil workers who were putting up the new derricks and cleaning out the burned wells to put them back on production were new men to the Ross Junior track. It is the Roscoe Junior track now, by the way, one of Vernon Roscoe's 4 sons being in charge of the job. These new men had never heard about the roughneck who had fallen into the discovery well, so they paid no attention to the unhappy girl who wandered here and there, calling his name. It was not till late that night, when Ruth was missing, and the family making a search, that someone told of hearing her call Joe Gunha. Mealy remembered right away, and they put down a hook in the discovery well, which was having to be drilled again, and they brought up a piece of Ruth's dress. So they put down a 3-pronged grab and brought up the rest of her, and Eli came again, and they buried her alongside Paul, and with Joe Gunha not far away. You can see those graves with a picket fence about them, and no derrick for 100 feet or more. Some day all those unlovely derricks will be gone, and so will the picket fence and the graves. There will be other girls with bare brown legs running over those hills, and they may grow up to be happier women if men can find some way to chain the black and cruel demon which killed Ruth Watkins and her brother. Yes, and Dad also, an evil power which roams the earth, crippling the bodies of men and women, and luring the nations to destruction by visions of unearned wealth and the opportunity to enslave and exploit labor. End of Oil by Upton Sinclair, read by Bob Rollins in Augusta, Georgia.